Just realized I wore the wrong color shirt for this background. Well, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys doing? Good to see you all. We are back. We are ready to go and dive in on this segment. But day one, that was a lot. It was a lot. We learned so much. We went over the freedom life. We went over the simplest form of what helps you move forward in this business, and which is asking the right questions. And this morning, I asked myself the right questions, right? That helps me lead you guys today. I asked myself, what topics, aside from what we already have prepared for you guys, what topics will really help the students that we have here today, that will really speak to them? Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning, brother.
How are we feeling?
I am awesome. How are you doing?
I am so good.
I love it. I got my water, had my morning chat with my amazing brother, you, before we got on here, and I am feeling fantastic, excited to deliver some massive value today. Yesterday was so much fun and got such rave reviews, people reaching out, thanking us for the great content, and several who decided to take their investing journey to the next level. So we're excited for that. But we're only halfway done. So we have another day of amazing stuff that's going to be life-changing. So I'm so excited to hear what you're about to share with us this morning, that you shared with me, that got me launched into changing my health and life in a way that I feel better. I feel much better. My confidence has risen, and it's transformed me in a lot of ways. So I'm grateful to you for that, and grateful for you to be able to share that with everybody else on here. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I was just telling everyone I feel like a bobblehead because I wore the wrong color shirt. I'm blending a bit. When we transition, I'll go change my shirt really fast. But yeah, we're about to dive into something that's one of my favorite topics, because it aligns perfectly with the business. It aligns perfectly with the relationships that we have in our life that create the success, because everyone is on here for a different reason, but it all translates to the same reason. When you dig deeper as to why you're here and you continue to ask yourself, it's because you want to create more success in your life. You want to find that peace where now you're feeling freedom, and you're feeling security, and you're feeling fulfillment. So at the end of the day, just remember that everything is a feeling. Everything that happens translates into a feeling. Every goal translates into a feeling. And that feeling is what continues to help you take action, continues to help you be a human and gain progress, right? Because we all want to feel that happiness that we have every day, right? But the feelings of peace, of joy, of security, of fulfillment is what we're chasing on a day-to-day basis. So what I'm about to go over is something that I learned from a few mentors of mine, because I was seeking this. I was seeking to understand why there's so many people who are multi-millionaires, who own hundreds of millions of dollars of properties, who owned amazing companies, CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, but they're still depressed. They're still in dark places. They're not happy. They're continuing to seek more, when on the outside, we might say they have everything. And me, when I was in high school, I always wanted to be one of those CEOs, to be one of those big real estate investors who had hundreds of millions of dollars worth of property. But I saw the feelings that they would go through on a day-to-day basis. So I started to ask, I found these people and I asked them, what is it that makes you feel this way? And then I asked those who are very successful in all aspects of life, in their relationships, in their business, in their spirituality, and who are very, very, very happy. So what I'm about to go into is that lesson that I just learned, but I want to make sure that everyone's awake here. I know it's early for me, but it's getting to that hour for you guys. So let's type in the chat. Yes, if you're awake, if you're alive, if you're feeling good. I need some of your guys' energy to give into us, because we gave you 200% yesterday. Okay. And now
Here
today,
the yeses come. Yes,
200.
yes.
Yes. All right. Everyone's here. Greetings.
Coffee, he said.
Coffee.
One said.
I have my coffee.
I love it.
All right.
It's midday for us East Coasters, so it's we're about to have that midday slump, so we got to overcome that. For our West Coasters, it's still morning.
I'll give you a hack for that. I'll give you a hack for that later.
And it mentioned Leo, when it comes to the today, because you're about to share some exciting morning routine, and we'll mention this again because I know there's still several people logging in. Tell them what we're going to do today. Midday your time, mid-afternoon my time.
Midday my time. That's what, around 11 noon?
Yeah, hint.
Something we love to do is to attract abundance and to share abundance. And we at our events, we love to give away money. It's something we've seen before and we enjoyed it, not because we get the chance to win $100 or anything, but it's the fact that it's the belief in the abundance. There's so much to share. There's so much to give. And whereas $100 won't change your life, the abundance that comes with it will. That's why we do it. Okay. So it's always exciting for us to do that. And the way that we're going to give it away, because we're not in person, and there's a hint for when you guys come to our events, when Andrew asks a question at the events, in our in-person events, raise your hand first. Just be the first person to raise your hand. When we are at a virtual event, it's going to be the chat. So be here, like be writing, just almost writing on your keyboard when Andrew's speaking or when I'm speaking. Sometimes we'll bring it up, like the first person who types amazing right now is going to get the first $100, whoever it might be. That's an example, but it's not. Oh, there we go. Judy, we will Venmo you $100 during lunch. But an example, and that's serious, Judy, we'll actually Venmo you that. But that's the things that we're going to do. So be aware and be attentive to some things that we'll say, and what we might say, type in the chat something in and it'll come up. Okay.
I love it. I'm excited to delve in. So there's a couple things we'll mention. Leo's about to share with you the morning routine, the morning mindset that sets you up for a successful day. And as we delve into that, as he shares that, we're going to be having a real good time sharing it because it's a life-changing thing. And some of you are in the early stages of your business and what I call the hustle phase. I just got to be returning calls. If somebody's calling me, I got to be answering. And I get that, except it's so important that many times, I remember starting out, I would work for 12 hours in a day doing what I probably could have got done in 6 had I planned it and scheduled it and been strategic and efficient. So I want you to be watching this, listening to this, and realizing the shifts that we can make as investors to make our lives more efficient. Now, after that, we're going to be delving into your freedom life. We talked yesterday about your freedom number, and we'll be delving into your freedom life. We're going to be delving into how to live your freedom life and make this business take care of you. And then we're going to have a break, a short break, 10-minute break. Then coming back, we're talking about building your dream team and your dream team culture. Very important for attracting the right people. Then we are delving in, after we talk about building your dream team, we're actually going to go to a break. We're coming back. We're delving into the real estate level up, how to level up your business, your life. And we're going to show you how to find, hire, train the right acquisitionists, and a whole bunch more. So we're going to delve into more of that in depth. So we're delving into how to find the right acquisitionist, how to hire them, how to train them, how to find a VA and train them. And it's going to be a lot of fun. After we teach that segment, then we are delving into the 7 categories, how to live your best life and live your purpose as soon as possible. I waited for several years as I was hustling, building a portfolio, thinking that I would get to live in my purpose or my vision later, not realizing that we can step into our power today and build while we live our mission and our purpose. So that will be a lot of fun. Then we're going to delve in to attracting the right people. Leo's going to share how that it's not unusual for us to get hundreds of applications for one job post, and how that we attract amazing people. Our entire team are people that we have attracted to our lives, who have become our extended family, attracting in our mastermind. Our mastermind students are amazing. Some of them, which are on this training today, our mastermind students are people who are like-minded, who we attracted and are helping build their businesses. And then go to one more break. Last segment of the day, we're going to be talking about automate or die. How to make sure that you automate your business, how to think in duplication and duplicating yourself in the processes, how to multiply and live in abundance rather than thinking you've got to do everything yourself all the time. So go ahead and delve into the morning routine if you're ready, Leo, and how to get the mindset right for the day.
I am ready. And this is a topic that I really want you guys to grasp onto. Take as many notes as possible, because this will allow you, first few hours of the day will allow you the other 16 hours to be attentive, to be focused, to be productive, right? Because too many times when we don't take care of our morning, when we don't take care of our mental, the rest of the day is splotchy, right? We're tired. We allow things to get to us. We are overly emotional throughout the day. And as entrepreneurs, we need to be able to have a consistent feeling as you're being productive, as you're doing the work you're doing. So really what we're going over is how to do that. But the tool and the vehicle is through a morning routine. And I want you guys to think of this first and put the analogy to working out. Okay. When you first go to the gym, you don't pick up the 100-pound weights and start lift them, right? You don't swing those weights. Probably first because you can't, right? But also it just doesn't make sense for you to just go straight to the 100-pound weight, because you have to build up to that 100-pound weight, or let's even say 50-pound weight, because I don't even swing the hundreds. You don't go to the 50s, right? You go in and you start with the 5s and you build the muscle that you need with the 5s. And as you build that muscle, you continue to grow and grow and grow until you can do those 50s consistently, and it compounds. So when it comes to a morning routine, I know many of you have tried a morning routine. Many of you have done different challenges. Maybe it's 75 hard. Maybe it's the miracle morning. However, going a step back, most people have not built the muscle of consistency to see the real benefits from those morning routines. So what we have to do first is you think back to the number one challenge of most beginning entrepreneurs, most intermediate entrepreneurs, right? We asked all of our students, we've seen and asked many people what their biggest challenge is in entrepreneurship. And it comes down to consistency. So we have to be able to build the muscle of consistency before we go in and we lift the 50-pound weights, and we go in and we're doing a crazy morning routine and building a 7-8 figure company, because those things take consistency. And it's not enough for me and Andrew to sit in front of you guys and say, in order to do this, you have to build consistency. And that's it. There's levels to it. It goes so deep into actually how to build that consistency. So let's talk about it. So when I started doing this, I realized that I can't go and lift a 50-pound weight. I have to start with a 5-pound weight. But how do I translate that into my daily life? Okay. Instead of waking up at 6 a.m., doing a cold plunge, then going up and doing 100 push-ups, then going to the gym, then doing yoga and stretching and all meditation, all these things, I started with waking up at 7 a.m., which was an hour before I typically woke up. And before I did anything else, I stuck with that until I could say I woke up at 7 a.m. for 7 days straight. Because what I was doing, other than just waking up earlier, is I was building that muscle of consistency and trust in myself. Because many times we don't trust ourselves. So, for example, when we say that we want to do something, I want to do a deal this year, or I want to do a deal this month, and you haven't done one yet, you don't trust yourself that you know you're going to do that. Or I'm going to run a marathon, but you haven't ran since PE class. Your brain does not trust yourself yet. But if you go ahead and you set the goal to say, hey, I want to do a mile. I want to run a mile this month, or I want to run a mile this week. Your brain knows you can do that. So you'll take the action to be able to do that. So let's go a little bit deeper into this and a little bit faster to building that consistency.
I'm going to add to that, Leo. When it comes to relating that to you guys' business, I've seen people leave a seminar and say, I'm going to call 63 sellers tomorrow, which is great, except I would rather you say, I'm going to call 5 sellers a day. Andrew said to talk to 5. I'm going to talk to 1 a day for the next 7 days and build that muscle of consistency. And on day 8, I'm going to talk to 5. Build that consistency. And whatever it is, if you're looking for an acquisitionist and automating your team, make sure that you are every day having at least one conversation that could lead to your acquisitionist. So determine that major action that you need to take and take a step toward that every day. Waking up at 7 a.m., whatever that is for you.
Absolutely. So take our lesson from yesterday to simplify this for you. Just create attainable goals for the first 30 days that allows you to build trust in yourself. Once you have that trust in yourself, create bigger goals. and bigger goals that you know you can attain, that you know you'll be able to achieve. So then now when you say to yourself, I want to do 3 deals this month, you know exactly what to do. You know that you'll be consistent in doing it. You know how to find those deals. And now it's just up to you to wake up in the morning and do the things that you need to do. But we want to remove all the barriers of excuses and any excuse that you can ever make. The point of this is that you remove those, and now you start to really do the things that you say you're going to do. That is the building the consistency muscle that we talk about. What's your morning routine, Andrew? Let's talk about that.
So for me, it's very important, and it was a consistency. I'm not joking when I said I went to the gym twice for 10 minutes apiece before you became my accountability partner at the gym. And it got me nowhere. I've never left the gym one day and said, oh my goodness, I'm 12 pounds lighter. I feel better. Just like in the beginning stages, I never got off the phone with one seller and said, oh my goodness, I'm suddenly amazing on the phones. My whole world has changed. I'm the most successful real estate investor ever. And so for me, it's about doing things that lead me to the life that I want. And for me, that's every morning I wake up. Excuse me, I travel a lot. And so with that travel schedule, it's not always the exact same time. My plan is always to wake up at 6:30 every day, depending on the schedule and the time zone, because I may be in San Fran. I may wake up at 4:30 when I'm hanging out with you, or I may get back to the East Coast and it may be a little off. So it's not always the same, except 6:30 is my target every day, all the time, to wake up. If I wake up at 6:30, I have 3 things I do first. First thing I always do, I have a health product I take every morning. I chug a full bottle of water. Full bottle of water, very first thing. And it makes me immediately feel better. It's helps me wake up. Right after that, I do really simple things. And I'm going to describe it in some detail, and then I'm going to chunk it down. Number 1, wake up, drink bottle of water. Number 2, I have 3 items I do. I pray. I talk to God, I read something, and I meditate. I have a moment of thinking and relaxing for normally 5 to 15 minutes. After I complete those 3 things, I write. I write gratitude. I just write, thank you, God, for X. Sometimes I write 3 things. Sometimes I write 15 or 20 till I decide to stop. And then inevitably my mind goes to work. So I can't help it. So rather than trying to stave that, wait, not let my mind go to work, after I write my gratitude, it can be a separate sheet. Normally it's the lower half of my sheet. I write down the top 3 to 10 items that are on my head that I need to make sure are taken care of today. So now, before I even go to the gym, the first 30 minutes of my morning, I am already in a right mindset, took care of my body, had a bottle of water. I'm already talked to God. I've already meditated. I'm already getting wisdom. I'm already reading. I'm already writing, and I already have my day planned. Something we're going to talk about later is your MIDAS, your MIDAS. Somebody type it in the chat. Most important daily action.
Paul's fast.
And in doing that, I then go to the gym. And something I want to point out to you guys with the morning routine is what used to bother me is I would wake up instead of 6:30, I would just get back one day late from traveling or something, because I travel a lot. I would get back, and now the next morning I woke up at 7:30 because my schedule was off, or I didn't get in until 1 a.m. And now it's like, oh, crap. Oh, well, pick up the phone and go to work. No, I might have an appointment at 9, so I might not have time to do everything and have a 90-minute workout, except in that scenario, I'm still going to wake up, do the same thing, and maybe I work out at home. Maybe it's a 15-minute exercise. Maybe it's a run, a walk. It's something that still keeps me in that consistency muscle. Maybe instead of getting to my dream weight or dream body or dream whatever in a matter of 6 months, it takes me 12, except it's still happening. Daily progress is most important. That's how it is for your business. You see people doing 50 houses in 52 weeks at 22 years old. Not everybody has to. Shoot, Leo at 19, 7 houses in a few weeks. Like, it's cool if that happens, except it doesn't have to. Some of you guys are not in a place for wherever reasons that you're necessarily going to do a deal a week out the gate. Some of you are in a place where it's about getting one in the first month or 2 or 3. It's about getting 2 or 3 over the next 6 months. And so decide what that is and take daily actions to get you to that progress in every aspect of your life.
So now, with everything we just said, how can you take action on it? Right? And the biggest thing that we want to go over for these 2 days is asking yourself these type of questions. As we're teaching, as you write down the notes, you ask yourself, how can I implement this into my life? How can I simplify it into my life? You treat yourself as ChatGPT and you get the outputs that make sense to you. Because if you transcribed everything we just said, it's like you just read an article, like 3 articles, right? But even if you just read 3 articles, you still ask yourself, what is the action step here? So if we can give you something, it would be to choose one thing to focus on for this week that you're going to do every single day and that you know you can do every single thing. And determine what level you're at, because maybe you are already waking up at 7 a.m., 6 a.m. every morning. So now add one more thing. Can you do a meditation? Can you go for a walk? Can you do 10 push-ups, 20 push-ups, 100 push-ups? Evaluate the level you're at and decide one thing that you can do for this week to build that consistency muscle. Okay.
It's amazing.
Let's touch on.
Go ahead.
Midas.
Yes.
Bless them with this crazy business hack and personal life hack that has changed our life and our students' lives is Midas. So why don't you explain the philosophy of Midas before we go into really what it is?
Yes. So MIDAS, what is a MIDA? And we've had several more join us. So I'm going to share with you guys what just happened. We are giving away cold hard cash, except it's virtual. So we're giving it away via, apps, electronic cash. And Judy won $100 and she decided she wants to pass it along and be generous to the next person. And so the next person who wins here in a couple of hours is actually going to not win 100, but going to win 200. So you do not want to miss that.
Thanks, Judy.
So thank you, Judy, for that. So when it comes to your objective, your Midas, something that used to happen to me, Judy asked, what do I do with my gratitude sheets? I stack them up in notebooks, imagining I'm going to read them later. And so interesting note on that, my dad has a daily journal dating back to, I guess, since I was born or before. And so it'd be interesting every once in a while, I would talk to him and he'll say, did you know on this day in 1997, we had so-and-so at our house for dinner? And so anyway, it's fun time. When it comes to your Midas, what happens is, and I mentioned that to tie it in with, I used to not see the value. I would write out a long list of to-dos, and it can be a list on paper sheets. It can be a list on electronic. It can be a list wherever. But the whole point is to give yourself a daily action toward your objective. The end result, as I mentioned, write it down in your notes, start with the end in mind. So what I wanted when I started the business wasn't that I want to own 400 houses. Who cares about that? I want the freedom that comes along with the cash flow from a bunch of houses. That's what I actually wanted, except I related that to I want a bunch of houses. When I relate that to I want a bunch of houses, my mind immediately comes up with a list of massive amount of to-dos, tasks. I need to. And so when you are relating that to 300 things that I need to get done today, overwhelm tends to lead to inaction. Oh, crap, I got to get all this stuff done. Where do I even start? Before long, it's easier to watch a movie or to take a phone call or to go to work and to put it off till tomorrow. Except when you write down 3 major daily action steps, your most important ones that you need to accomplish, now it becomes very doable. All right, what do I need to accomplish today? I need to write this down, draw out this plan. I need to call 5 sellers, and I need to send an email to the title company, make sure that deal's closing if you're in the beginning stages of your business. If you're in the automated phase, I need to reach out to this team member, have a call with them. I need to make sure that the lead flows where it needs to be, and I need to make sure X. So what does that relate to in actionables? Well, I need to send an email to the marketing company. I need to schedule a call with the marketing. So what is those 3 things I can do today that leads me one step closer to my objective? 3 action steps every day is over 1,000 action steps a year. And the cool thing about it is when you narrow it down like that, sometimes my email to so-and-so turns into 3 or 4 emails. And instead of being a 1-minute task, it's a 6-minute task, except I just knocked out 7 things. Used to, I would have a long list of crap I needed to knock out. Now I had my top 3, and everything else is a bonus, and I feel really good about that. So that's a way that you chunk it down, what you're trying to get done. What is the end objective? What is it I want to accomplish? And what is the action steps that take me one step closer? You know, when I started out, I could have had my action step to borrow the money and to spend $10,000 a month on leads if I'd had access to that kind of capital, except it would have been a gross waste of money and time because I sucked on the phone. So instead, my daily action steps was to call free leads and cheap leads and put out bandit signs. Now, once I got good on the phone and I talked to a few hundred that way in the first few weeks, then I remember speed learning. Write it down, speed learning. I made a mistake I do not recommend. I sent out yellow letters. Yellow letters appear to be handwritten. They say, I want to buy your house cash. Give me a call at this number. Well, the first 700 and something I sent out, Leo, I don't know if I told you about this. I probably did. I sent them out all in the same day because I'm a genius. And I put my cell phone number on it. At the end of that day, it was 9:30 or 10 at night, and I was getting ready to hop in the shower, and my phone was ringing. Come out of the restroom. I'm getting ready to hop in the shower. I answer the phone call, and I was like, I feel like I've been on the phone all day long. So I went back and counted. It was like 103 calls that came in that day. Good response rate, I might add, on my cell phone. And I said, crap, no wonder. I had all these conversations, which I missed several of them because, you know, they was overlapping. And this one was on the phone, and then this one came in, and so on and so forth. And so I realized that I was speed learning. And while that wasn't the wisest way to grow the real estate portfolio, because I screwed up every one of those deals, it got me talking on the phone and got me lots of practice real quick. So what is the most important action I can take today? 3 action steps I can take today that lead me one step closer to my objective.
Really what it is removing all of the fluff. Right, all the fluff, all the busyness that us entrepreneurs love to do. We love to fill our day with meetings. We love to fill our day with things that make us feel busy. But really, busyness is not productivity. It does not translate to productivity. Real productivity is when you do the right action that leads you to an objective. And most of the time, after all the busyness, it was really only 1 or 2 things that moved you forward rather than the 8 hours of whatever else you were doing. When we started to do this, we made a practice. We said, okay, let's just write down the 3 things, and we don't sleep until we get these 3 things done. If these 3 things are the only things that are the main things that will move you forward, you don't have to worry about everything else. Because quote unquote, everything else is just going to distract you from what's really important. So you start to realize like, wow, I've been distracting myself from what I really need to do this whole time. You know, you need to make those 5 phone calls today, but instead you choose to 3 hours watch YouTube educational videos that help you do those 5 calls. But really, it was just the 5 calls that would educate you 10 times than the videos itself. So think in that way, and it's almost a shock to your system. But that's what we do here. We're trying to shock your system of what's really important, what's really going to move you forward as a real estate investor and as a business person. Because these things are what simplify the business and what simplify what it means to be an entrepreneur.
Write this down. Become proactive, not reactive. Because really, Leo, what you're sharing there is delving into living the freedom life and how to not just be busy. You know, somebody actually told me when I was having breakfast this morning, and they meant well by it, and I get what they meant, but they said, my son ended up joining, and they told me like all these classes he was joining is because he wants to start being busy. And I was having a pleasant breakfast conversation, and I knew they meant well. They're a lady that worked at the restaurant. She's a sweet lady. And so, of course, we just had a good conversation, but immediately everything in my brain screamed, no, because to me, I've been down the road of busy, and busy without productivity can suck. And I know what she meant. He wanted to accomplish certain things, and I can appreciate that. But I use that phrase to make the point that so many times I've had people, entrepreneurs, just tell, how you doing? Oh, busy. Like it's a badge of honor. I've been guilty. I used to say that. Oh, it's been busy. I've been hectic. It's been crazy, as if it were a badge of honor. And while I appreciate what we mean by that, make your day proactive, not reactive. Because really, there's been times where I have taken one phone call, and that one phone call changed my life to the tune of multiple 5 or even 6 figures. And then there's times where I have been in the office till 11 o'clock at night, making my list, making my calls, and trying and getting there early the next morning and praying to God one day a deal can just come through, banging out the phones, and it's utterly useless. Why? Because I was working out of busyness, not out of productivity. Be proactive, not reactive. Schedule your day. Schedule your action steps. And as humans, this is a very important part of the freedom life. As humans, it's so easy to be prone to extremes. Anybody besides me sometimes be prone to extremes? I'm all in on something and then I'm bored with it. I'm whatever it might be. I'm sometimes prone to extremes. And as entrepreneurs, we can be shiny object syndromes, you know, and instead of thinking that as a negative, Michael, we're on the same page, brother. He said, yes. Who else is prone to extremes? So my objective for you guys is to show you how to be productive and proactive with your day. How do I take the action steps that lead me closer to my objective? You know, I've seen people who go out and work nonstop for a very long period of time, sometimes years, yet they accomplish so little toward their objective because they didn't have the right knowledge. And on the other side of that, I've seen people who go to seminars after seminars, yet never take action, and so they don't produce the desired results. To be proactive means I know this is where I need to be to get the knowledge I need to get. I'm going to show up on this summit. I'm going to show up at the Real Estate Level Up event with Leo and Andrew. I'm going to meet amazing people, and I'm going to get tools and knowledge to help me expand and automate my business and really make this thing a success. And I am going to schedule daily action steps that are actions toward my objective, integrating and implementing the knowledge which I heard. To hear only and not be a doer is near a gross waste of time. You can have all the knowledge in the world and still not put it to action. And by the same token, I see people who work so hard for so many years, yet could have accomplished 100 times more had they taken the time to get the right knowledge. So find that balance and be specific, be proactive. I'm going to go to this conference. I am going to, for those of you who invested in the Pretty House training, I'm going to go through the Pretty House training. I'm going to get my actionables. Those of you who have already invested in the Real Estate Level Up event, and several more of you are going to be investing later today. And as you invest in that, you're okay, this is my next step. This is the knowledge. This is what I want to accomplish. And I'm going to make sure that every single day I dedicate some time to integrate some of the knowledge of which I've learned. The freedom life doesn't come on accident. It comes by design. So many people live being programmed by what others choose for them. And we're all influenced by what we're around, which is actually a good thing, except be specific, be intentional about what you're around, who you're around. I'm very specific about who I allow into my life and about who I'm around. Leo, I know you are too. It's very important to us that we protect that circle, that bubble. It's very important to us that as we attract successful people and amazing people and loving people and kind people and balanced people into our lives, what happens is it begins to snowball. Except I remember not being proactive. Anybody who I thought would be willing to give me the time of day. I had such low self-esteem years ago that I would just be honored that somebody would take time to talk to me. And I remember feeling that way. And yet I let people into my life that actually slowed my progress down massively because I was not proactive about what it is. I was not designed about what it is I'm trying to accomplish. Be specific about where you're headed, and you'll be surprised who gets on board, who you help take to their objectives by getting you to yours, and you both win. When it comes to growing, when it comes to living your freedom life, it is a balanced life. And for everyone, it's different. Some of you can be workaholics, like I have tended to be sometimes. And you enjoy it. It's okay. And others of you have families or have time or have the grandkids or have whatever it may be. And you want to make sure that you're spending time with your families. Very important and totally doable. You want to make sure that this business supports you to live your freedom life, whatever your freedom life is. Your freedom life is spend the time with grandkids 4 days a week, then that's what I want for you. If your freedom life is to travel every month and spend a week in another country meeting new people, well, that's what I want for you. So what is your freedom life? Know where you're trying to head. Be proactive about getting there. Control the day. Control your time. Now, there's a couple things I'll caution you about. There is so many voices out there. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I know that. There's a lot of voices on the internet. There's a lot of voices. There's a lot of trainings. There's a lot of things. And something I want to really share with you about your freedom life is write this down, pick your path. If your objective is to flip 100 houses a month, I don't know how to help get you there. I don't flip 100 houses a month. I have no desire to flip 100 houses a month. If your desire, though, is to make 6 figures a month, and building cash flow and a short-term rental business and a terms business and have an amazing team around you run the business and make a big, beautiful profit, well, I've helped several people. I know exactly how to guide that path. That's not a challenge. So in doing that, pick your path. If your objective is to buy $1 billion worth of real estate and multifamily, Grant Cardone might be your guy. But if you're wanting to get from where you are to 6 figures a month, well, pick somebody who's done that. And it's very important to know where your next step is. And sometimes we hamper ourselves because, I've seen young people come to me and not young people too. Young people 80 and down come to me. There we go. And they're listening to Grant Cardone one day and Ron LeGrand one day and me one day and Gary Vee one day. And they're listening to all of these different voices. And before long, they have 17 mentors and everyone is saying something different. This one's saying start a wine company. This one's saying buy single family houses. And this one's saying buy multifamily. And you're in utter confusion. Pick your path. That's the reason Ron LeGrand came on yesterday and shared, is because what he and I do together is so special and so in alignment. Leo and I have a tremendous relationship with him. And what we are able to do is align what he teaches perfectly. So much amazing information. It's a tremendous foundation for living your freedom life, except what we do is help you get to that next level, team build, and all of the things that we've been talking about. Get your team built out, replace yourself, fire yourself ASAP, even if you're brand new. And so pick mentors who align together and are taking you steps towards your proper path. And don't get so caught up in the chaos that you become confused. Your subconscious becomes confused about where you're trying to head. Now, I thought Leo was looking at me, giving something to share. It was a secret signal.
The Wi-Fi went out for a moment.
Okay. That was the challenge. So something else when it comes to living your freedom life is that's why your eyes were open for 2 minutes straight. No, I'm kidding. He's frozen. So the whole objective, and I like it now, brother. We could pass as twins. You got the black shirt going on. So when it comes to living your freedom life, the objective is to be proactive, to become very designed in where you're headed. Something I've been guilty of is I get excited. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I love what I do. And I get excited and I will sometimes hear something and I go, oh my goodness, I want to do short-term rentals, which I think is the reason I was so adverse to it for so long, because I didn't want to get shiny object syndrome. Oh my goodness, I want to buy houses on terms. I want to wholesale. I want to fix and flip. I want to hold properties. I want to do multifamily. I want to do a trailer park. And I've done all of these things, except it's a step at a time. There's two ways. I'm going to dig into a lot more of this afternoon. There's two ways in order to grow quickly. Number one, get knowledge and draw out your path. Number two, most importantly, get help. You can't do it alone. There is so much money available and so much opportunity available. Short-term rental business is a great business. Frankly, though, if it wasn't for my partner who got me started, if it wasn't for Leo, who partnered with me and started the Airbnb business that we have together, I wouldn't be in the business because I didn't have time or want to take time to go be an Airbnb manager. But Leo got in place, put it all together, managed Airbnb, and now has management set up where it's mostly automated. So smart to do that. And I want you to be thinking the same way. How do I, number one, take proper action, and number two, get proper help? As Zig Ziglar said, if I can help enough other people get to where they're wanting to go, I won't have to worry about what I want. In other words, I'll be taken care of if I'm helping everybody else get to where they want, and in the right way. I don't mean just always putting yourself last. There's a something to be said for making sure that you're taken care of. And I remind you, though, that as you help your team step into their power, it's profiting you, it's profiting them, and everybody wins. So when it comes to living your freedom life, I want you to do me a favor, type in the chat what your biggest challenge is in 3 words or less. What your biggest challenge is right now in living your freedom life. Is it time? Is it focus? Is it lack of knowledge? Is it shiny object syndrome? What's your biggest challenge in living your freedom life right now and making this business take care of you? Good. We got some good answers coming in. Good stuff. So these are very, very common answers. Leo said his allergies. Fear of loss, Henry said. Paul said, belief that I deserve the freedom with time and money. Oh, that's a good one. Finding time. So there's something I want to share with you when it comes to reality. This is a writer downer. When it comes to our reality, we create our own reality. For years, I want to speak to three things. I want to speak to three things for you guys as we wrap up this Freedom Life segment over the next little while here. I want to remind you that to live your freedom life, that you must do. Hope you're taking good notes. Number one, decide what you want. You can never get to where you want to go without knowing where it is. Jim Rohn said, in 5 years, you will arrive. But where? In other words, what we're doing today what we're sowing today, we will reap. Be specific about what we want to reap. You know, a farmer doesn't just go down to the store and say, hey, I want to buy a bunch of seeds. Well, what do you want to plant? I don't know. Surprise me. Next thing you know, his field, there's tomatoes and there's peppers and there's cucumbers and there's beans and there's corn, and his crop sucks and he doesn't make any money. No, a farmer goes in and says, this year I'm doing soybeans. This year I'm doing corn. I'm doing whatever it is this year. And then some years he also does wheat, doubles his crop, doubles his ability. So be specific about what it is you want to reap, because that's going to determine what it is that you're planting now. All right. Once you have that thing, I used to mow a lot. Was raised up on 35 acres, and we had I think it was a 28-inch, Michelle could tell you, 28-inch snapper lawnmower. It'd take about 4 to 5 hours to mow the lawn. Well, by the time I got a little older, we had really ramped it up. And in my late teen years, I was able to mow with a ZTR mower, a zero turn radius mower. Something I found, though, is I'd gotten so used to the snapper mower with the little handlebars that I could run a straight line with the handlebars. But with the ZTR and the bars that each wheel independently turns, and all of you who've mowed lawns are going to appreciate this so much, I had trouble keeping a straight line at first. Because the bars, if we pushed them both forward, we had probably the cheap version of the ZTR. If you push them both forward, it would be angled. So every little bit, I'd be pulling a bar back to straighten it out. And then you'd get to the end and it'd be wiggly. Until I realized something very, very important. I realized if I set my objective on a marker, perhaps it's the tip of the line of where I'm headed. If I set my eye on an objective and I headed straight for it, I would get done with that lawn, and oh my goodness, it would be so beautiful. The lines would be so straight because I was heading straight to that objective. That is called focus. So there's two things I want to mention in that before we move on to the next one. When it comes to focus, too often we find ourselves having trouble focusing because we're not even sure sometimes what to focus on. Do I want to do short-term rentals? Do I want to do pretty houses? Do I want to do this? And do I want decide the number you want to get to? Call and find good deals and then fit them into your box. Make sense? In other words, I just recently bought a house, bought it on terms, totally planned on turning it into a lease option, work for equity, and making probably $80,000, $90,000 over time. Except because we got really good deal on it, when we put it up, we got a cash out offer. The cash out offer was below what we was going to be asking on a lease option, except it's still going to be a multiple 5-figure payday without having to work on the property. So we changed strategies. We changed strategies and said, you know what? This will continue to help us get toward our objective of X dollars by X date. So instead of waiting and deciding to hold it for cash flow, we ended up accepting the cash out offer. Now, I mention that because what happens when we decide to focus on the objective is we begin to attract the things that get us there. So number one, pick that objective, pick that goalpost, pick your freedom number, your 10,000 a month, your 30,000 a month, your 100,000 a month. Pick your freedom number, write it down, put yourself a date on it. Yesterday, I had you to write the freedom number in the chat. I want you to do something today differently. I want you to get a paper. This is for you. No one's going to find out if you did it or not. So it is 100% for you and on you to do it. Get you a paper and get you a pen. Write down your freedom number on the second line of your paper. But above that, I want you to write by X day. So for example, by May 2nd, 2024, I created $30,000 a month in passive income or an income. Leave passive off, whatever your desire, whatever that goalpost is for you, write it down. I want you to put it somewhere where you're going to see it every single day. Because when I get up every day and I start writing, I have a notebook, a very special notebook to me that has my long-term, my 2 and 3 year objectives in it. Every day, I'm reminded whatever crap I deal with today, whatever challenges come up, whatever buyer falls through, seller falls through, thing happens, whatever deal comes through or falls through, whatever challenges we face in the scope of this, I'm headed to where I'm going. So number one, create your goalpost and get focused. Below that, write down, I am focused. All right. It's going to do you a massive, massive value as you follow through on that. Read it every single day. But Andrew, what if it changes? It will. You know what you do? You get another paper and you write down a new number. It's good trouble. All right. So number one, get focused. When you get focused on the goalpost, when you get clear on the goalpost, when you know where you're headed, because frankly, again, you can tell me, Andrew, I want 4 Airbnbs. Most of the time, I dare say, you probably don't care that much about having 4 Airbnbs. What you're saying is, I want $8,000 a month in net passive income. So get focused clearly on the $8,000 a month of passive income. And then whether it comes in the form of 4 Airbnbs, which is probably the path of least resistance, or in the form of 20 lease options, or in the form of anything else, you are getting closer to your objective. So number one, get clear on the goalpost. Decide to get focused on it. Number two, this is an important one. Write it down. Get help. When it comes to getting help, I want to remind you that it's key that you do this thing, and it's a mindset shift. All right. Massive, massive mindset shift, guys. This is the hardest thing for me. 21 years old, I started out, I'm calling, I'm doing deals, I'm wholesaling, I'm buying on terms, I'm building a portfolio, I'm proud of myself, I'm excited, and I'm the best closer I know. So you know what the hardest thing for me to do was? To hand the thing, the gateway to money, off to somebody else. Now, here's what I mean by that. I don't mean here's a phone. I pray you run the business as well as I did. I mean supporting them, have other people do what they do best, and get out of their way. I find good people. Frankly, those of you who work in closely with us, those of you who are in our mastermind, our community, and know us, know that my team is way better at many things than I am. My team is amazing. And when it comes to my team, they do what they do best, and I do what I do best. Everybody wins. They help me get closer to my objectives, and I help them get closer to their objectives, and it happens simultaneously. Everybody wins. Okay, so getting help and getting out of our way is so vital. First thing that happens to us is, oh no, I have to train them. And then what if they mess it up? Hey, what if they do? You know how many deals I messed up when I started? A lot. So here's how I justify it. And I want you to justify it this way in your mind. This is and my lead acquisitionist, Ahmed, is such a tremendous person, amazing on the phone. Yet I remember the first time I ever got an acquisitionist, and I was struggling, and I was going, oh my goodness, I worked so hard to get these good leads. What if he's only half as good as I am? So here's what I did. I did the math. Very important. Some of us, we know we need to get out of our way. We know we need to get help. We know we need to invest in ourselves. We know we need to come to the live event. We know we need to be a part of a bigger group of people who are doing deals, except we always have the what ifs. So what if they screw it up? What if he's only half as good as me? So what I did to write it out is I said, all right, right now, let's say I'm doing 4 deals a month. 4 deals a month. Let's say at every 10th call, I'm closing a deal. That means 40 calls a month is buying me a house. Let's say those 40 calls a month, those 40 leads a month with my free and paid traffic and everything is costing me $4,000 a month. $4,000 a month, 4 deals a month, 40 calls a month. What if, probably going to get somebody and train them, and they're probably going to do very rapidly, very well. If he's only half as good as me and he only closes 2 deals out of those 40 calls, 2 deals where I would have got 2 deals out of $4,000. What if I just spend $8,000 a month on marketing instead of 4, and we're back to 4 deals a month again? Except now, instead of me being involved in the business, following up, doing all the deals, being a solopreneur, now I have a team. They're getting part of the profits. I'm removed from the business. I'm working on other things, and everybody wins. See how I'm justifying logically in my mind my ability to get out of my own way? Now, what I found to be true most of the time is that Ahmed is, in this case, fantastic. I've had other acquisitions, fantastic. Some of them became better. I had one became way better at dispo than I did, way faster than I did back in 2016. Didn't hurt my feelings, except write it down, no risk, no goodies. Now, as you get out of your way and you get the right help, it's very, very, very important that we change our mindset. Now, we're going to talk more about getting help, changing our mindset, and getting out of our own way this afternoon. It is afternoon for some of us. This afternoon, we're going to delve in, though, to how to make sure that you overcome those challenges. There was one more on here that used to haunt me, and that was fear of loss. And I want to make mention to you, we can find ways to justify about anything in our mind that we want to. You know, I find time to eat lunch every day because I know that I'm hungry and I assume it's necessary. I find time to create success every day because I'm hungry and it's necessary. I find time to do the things that I want to do, as we all do. And I so often build up in my mind the work that needs done that I imagine is going to be 3 hours long, and I get it done in 30 minutes. Because frankly, there's not an easier business, simpler business, I should say, not easy, but simpler business to do than this. The math works. It's high dollars per transaction and everybody wins. But when it comes to fear of loss, that is a mindset that I had to come out of all the way when it come to hiring team, when it come to building a portfolio, when it come to buying houses and worried about getting the wrong one. When it come to any part of the business, it had to come back to fear of loss. And I remember the first time I had more than 6 figures in my bank account. And I woke up that night at 3 a.m. panicked, going, what if I lose this? And it was weird to me because I had become so accustomed to operating on zero that when I started experiencing success and abundance, it scared me. And it wasn't until I got this right that then began to make a lot more sense. Now, I want to mention to you that when it comes to living in abundance, it's very important that we operate out of something good. And I'm going to quote something out of my favorite book and from my favorite author. And thousands of years ago, it was said, there is no fear in love because fear has torment. And I thought that was so interesting because in reality, what is the opposite of love? I'm going deep here for a second. The opposite of love is fear. Love has no fear. And I mention that because another thing that the good book tells us is God is love. And it's very interesting to me because as we begin to live in love, walk in that power, and walk in the knowledge that we have, knowing that we are surrounded by the right people, knowing what's your word, Leo, serendipity, and knowing that you attract the right people, that you're surrounded by the right people, then the fear begins to leave us because now we get to, of course, multiple ways that we could delve into what love is there, but I love the people I'm around. I frankly love doing the business. It's fun. And so as we begin to enjoy the process and we begin to develop our faith in the process, the people around us, and for me, it's faith knowing that God's got my back. It's very important to me to walk in that. And once I stepped into that, what I'm going to call love, the opposite of fear, my fear began to disappear. In order to do the thing that we fear causes our fear to go away. Except it's not until sometimes we step into that it happens, that it begins to shift, that it begins to change everything for us. Now, the biggest motivator in the world, I believe, is love. You know, you meet two people who are madly in love romantically and want to give each other the world. And then on the other side of that, there's a motivator of fear. I'm worried if I don't do this, I'm going to fail. I'm worried if I don't do this, I'm going. Both are tremendous motivators, but I sure as heck like the feeling from one a whole lot better than the other. So it's very important to us to begin to step into our power, into what we know, taking the daily action steps, walking in the knowledge that we gain. There's no reason for us to be trusted with more knowledge until we've put to work the knowledge we have. When it comes time to do what we are meant to do, frankly, if I didn't change the oil in my 2003 Buick LeSabre, I probably never would have been able to upgrade my car. And I wouldn't have changed the oil if I had a brand new Lamborghini. right? Because it's a cycle, it's a mindset. Except I took care of that 2003 Buick LeSabre like it was a Ferrari. I cleaned it, I washed it, I swept it. I took such good care of it. I waxed it. I changed the oil. I changed the gas. I kept it maintained and repaired, kept new tires on it till the day the transmission went out. And so all of that happened because it was a programming internally. Same thing happens for us as we begin to step into that power. There's one more thing I have to share. Leo's, how's your allergies feeling?
Fantastic.
Good. You're back. I love it. So as we delve into the last few minutes here before break, there's something that I want to mention, and Paul commented this, and I think it's so powerful and so important, is belief that I deserve it. At 21, I was flat broke, never made over $30,000 in a year, and I was in awe that I could make $3,000 on a deal, let alone $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. My mind was blown. And I was so grateful, so honored to have gained that knowledge, such in disbelief that I had been entrusted this gift. And it was a good feeling. And I began to put it to work, except I did not believe I deserved it. And I didn't realize how important that was, except I kept self-sabotaging. I would get done with a deal that should have been a $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 profit, but I would wind up doing something, whether it be in the rehab, whether it be in the flip, whether it be giving the profits away to some other thing, whether it be doing a stupid partnership, something. And I kept self-sabotaging. And I go, what the heck? I'm one of the best closers I know. I'm tremendous at the business, except I keep self-sabotaging. What is going on in my mind? And it wasn't until I realized that I didn't believe I deserved it. You know, I was raised in the country in a town of 400 people, actually outside the town. And all I knew was working really hard. And if we had a job to get done, you know, I would, as a teenager, I would be climbing the ladder and carrying the bundles of shingles up. That's back before we had the boom lift that set the shingles on the roof for you. And I'd be carrying them up. We'd be roofing all day. And boy, we was just delighted the day that we finally started being able to use the ladder truck before the boom truck. They would throw the shingles on the ladder truck and pump them up to the roof, and we'd take them and lay them out. Oh, we thought we was in heaven. We didn't have to pack shingles up the ladder no more. We was so excited. And that was the way that I worked. And after that, we'd get home and we'd take care of the cows and chickens and the goats and whatever else we had going. And it was working hard, which is great. I'm thankful that I have a great work ethic, and many of you can relate. And you guys are here because you also have that, except I want to remind you that in order to step into that power and your business and your freedom life, realize that hard work doesn't always mean smart work. I have done deals that have taken 40 and 50 and 60 hours of my time and barely made 5 figures. I've taken deals that took an hour of my time and made $30,000 or $40,000 or more. And I mention that contrast because it has nothing to do with the fact that I'm putting in endless hours and just working so hard. And when I realize money does not necessarily go to where it's needed, it goes to where it's attracted. I said something earlier. I said, why should we be blessed with more knowledge if we don't implement that we have? I will remind us that in order to be entrusted with more money, to realize we deserve more money, we must realize who we are. You know, for me, and I don't ask anybody to believe what I believe, but I will tell you what happened for me. When I woke up one day and realized that I am made in the image of God, and so are you, Paul. I'm a king's kid, and he has blessed me with this amazing life. the more I can continue to bless others. And so, as I sow, so shall I reap. And as I begin to develop that mentality, and I realize that, oh my goodness, and not in an arrogant way, but in a grateful way, because of what has happened with me in this business, what started out as a challenge, now I'm able to impact others. I impact everybody's life that I come in contact with. And so do you. When I realize everybody on this meeting, on this training, is impacted some way by my life. Everybody here, my entire team, my partners, my friends, just like I've been impacted by your lives, who I know. We impact one another. And when we realize it is, remember this, we are giving us a sphere of influence. You will never stop it. You will only choose how to use it. I want you to realize that as you step into your power and know that it's not just about how amazing we are, but it's how faithful and amazing we are with what we've been given. And here's what I mean by that. When we continue to bless and help and serve others, and we continue also to better our lives, everything changes. It's a massive shift here. It's a massive shift in reality. It's a massive shift all the way around, and so important. Remember, I'm going to say this for you, Paul. I have no doubt you're thinking of your kids when you're doing this business. So remember, while you do deserve this, you are worthy of this and so much more. And you will be generous and bless many with the income and the freedom life that you're living. Most importantly, your kids will thank you forever for the life you've given them. Much more to come. As we continue the freedom life, and we're almost done with this segment. And Leo, anything that you have to add, jump on in. As we live our freedom life, I want to remind you that it's very important for each of us that we get focused on the goalpost. It's very important we take daily action steps toward it. All of those things are important. I'm telling you, though, I got the goalpost well, and I focused very well on it at 21 and 22 years old. I experienced massive success, but very quickly, my success came back down to meet my personal growth. Because I didn't believe I was worthy. I didn't believe I was worthy into my mid-20s. I did not believe I was worthy. And as I did not believe I was worthy, I continually self-sabotage just with bigger numbers. And I remind you to step into your power and to live your freedom life. That's why we focus on all the categories. I want all of you at the end of the summit today. Many of you have made the choice to come spend 3 days live with us. I'm telling you guys, this is just the appetizer. The steak dinner is served at Relu, baby. And so I want all of you to leave here at the end of today, several hours, knowing the main 3 or 4 categories that you're going to take daily action steps to change. Would that be your health and fitness, your connection with God, your money, business, finances, your fun and exercise, your whatever it may be, your relationships, being a better communicator. You know, communication solves most challenges. To be a better communicator serves you in your business, in your personal relationships, your friendships, your romantic relationships, everything you do. And so what we do together to live our freedom life is pick what we most need and get focused in on that. So while money solves most problems, so that's the focal point of what we teach people to be able to accomplish, because the objective is that you build your freedom life, you build your cash flow over here, and it's a tool that takes care of you so that you can live your freedom life in all categories, travel when you want, where you want, however long you want, take the best care of your kids, your parents, your loved ones, your people around you. Take the best care of those around you. Live your true freedom life. And that is what this business is for. So while we talk a lot about getting the money because that solves most challenges, and quite frankly, being broke sucks. Once you get that solved, the rest of the challenges must come into play simultaneously as all levels of your life are rising together. Because frankly, what good is it if you wake up in a decade and have $1 billion, but your life sucks and you ain't got no friends? So have the balanced life, have the freedom life. Continue to grow yourself, educate yourself, and make sure that you are putting yourself in positions to grow. I remind you that you're here for a reason. Everyone who's supposed to show up did, and I'm glad you're here. You're here for a reason, and while I am excited that you're here, this is only step one. Step two is you have to decide to take action. Step two is you decide to take action. Some of you are already in the mastermind working with us. Some of you are already in the AMP program where we're training your team for you. And as you're doing that, you continually realize that there is no limit to the growth we can have. Somebody type it in the chat. I'm a forever student. I'm a forever student. I'm a forever student. Now, the best mentors I have are forever students. You know, it struck me so well. Me and Ron LeGrand went to a mastermind a few years back, and I'd never seen him in that setting before. And we got done with the event. I was watching him in the event, and people there, many of people who were speaking as people he taught, he got started. And I'm watching him take more notes than anybody else. And it impacted me in such a way because I realized my friend and mentor, who is in his mid-70s, is taking massive amounts of notes, learning from everyone in the room, because we can all learn from one another. So much to cover, so little time to cover it. We have a break coming up. So for the next 10 minutes, we're going to break at 12:30 Eastern. We are coming back. We are coming back at 12:30 Eastern, and we are going to be sharing some more amazing information with you that you do not want to miss, talking about building your dream team and your dream culture and a whole bunch of other cool stuff. So I will see you in 10 minutes.
In this video, I'm going to share with you the mindset of abundance and the top 3 keys to have it. And I want to share this with you because for me, I used to think when I had plenty, I'll have the mindset of abundance. And I realized that regardless of whether I was sitting on a very large chunk, bigger than I ever had sat on before, liquid in my account, or whether I was flat broke, the internal didn't change. So wait a second, I need to create a mindset of abundance before I have abundance in my bank account. Otherwise, I'll always feel broke. So what it is not, it's definitely not just having the ability to create income at will. That's part of it, but it is making sure that you know who you are. You know, in my opinion, you become a millionaire in your mind before your body, your physical, your bank account ever catches up. And so to realize and determine that I am a millionaire. In fact, I want you to say that with me watching this video. I am a millionaire. All right. And somebody kind of looked around the room to see who was watching. Say it like you mean it. I am a millionaire. And when you say that, something in your subconscious, if you don't believe you are, goes, that's not right. This is not me. This is weird. Except soon you begin to realize that, wait a minute, I am a millionaire. And I'm building, my bank account's about to catch up, right? My net worth's about to catch up. Once you start to believe that and you see yourself through that lens, soon you begin to catch up to that. When your subconscious takes in and tells yourself, this is who I am, then I need to become that person. When I was 45 pounds overweight, I one day got up and said, wait a minute, I am not a fat guy. I just am a fit guy who has a few pounds that I need to shed. And when I changed that vision of myself, I began to step into my power, and before long lost 45 pounds and begin to feel very good about where I was. I feel better, I have more energy. All these things begin to change because I stepped into the power that I knew I was. So number 1, determine who you are and begin to believe it about yourself. Number 2, in the mindset of abundance, we must realize that there's plenty to go around. You know, we live in a world that constantly tries to program us that there's not enough, that there's if somebody else makes money, that somehow that's going to knock us out of making money. If somebody else has this, then it's going to knock us out of having this. And we're lived in a world so much that programs everyone in that way. I want us to take a step back and say, wait a minute, I can be a millionaire and you can be a millionaire too. In fact, we help each other. Everybody wins. So when you begin to take that mindset and realize there is more than enough to go around, it begins to take us from the mindset of lack to the mindset of abundance. It begins to take us from going, wait a second, how can they make $1 million and me too? And now it begins no longer to be a competition, but to be a collaboration. And we're excited and we celebrate the wins of one another. You know, I love when my team makes a lot of money because we all win together. Lastly, the mindset of abundance, I believe, comes from giving. I'm a big believer in the law of sowing and reaping, and it's something I believe you just can't stop. It's like gravity. No matter how much we begin to, how broke we are, how rich we are, or anywhere in between, if I was to walk off the edge of a porch, I'm gonna fall because gravity says I will. And that's the law of gravity. Yet in the law of sowing and reaping, as we give, we also reap. We also get. As a farmer plants, he goes back out. It's up to him to plant, and it's not up to him to water it. It's not up to him to grow it. It's going to grow, and that's going to happen as the rain comes. And then as this happens, he gets to go out and reap later because he planted. And I want to remind you that as you give, it does something to your brain that says, wait a second, I'm giving knowing that I'm going to be blessed with more. Therefore, I'm operating in abundance. You know, the tightest times or the roughest times in my life, it was tempting to go, wait a minute, I need this for this. Hopefully I have enough left at the end to give. And that was a tough switch for me to go, wait a second. No, it was my way of saying, I trust you, God. And I said, I'm going to go ahead and give now, knowing that there's going to be more coming my way. And it does something to your subconscious, I believe, that makes you ready to receive more. Now, as we give, as we help those in need, I'm a big believer, whatever you need, give. In my darkest moments in my life, when I most needed a compliment or a smile, I would purposely go out and give a compliment and a smile to someone else who looked down. When I most needed money, I would give money still. In the good times, it's a little easier to be like, I'm going to give until it's not so good. And then it's like, well, I'm still going to give. And when you realize you give, whether it's of your time or a smile or a compliment or a hug to someone who needs it or money or whatever it is, be a giver. That is operating in abundance. Realizing it doesn't matter how many people that I lift up, I smile, I give to someone in need, I buy somebody a meal, whatever that is that you give into, knowing that it's abundance, more than enough to go around, and there's more coming your way. So make sure you believe that. You begin to walk in abundance, you operate in abundance, you begin to shift your mindset around abundance. Remember who you are. You got this. Hit the share and hit the like and hit the subscribe button, and I'll see you on the next video.
Welcome back. Shout out to Tommy for editing and filming those. That was
You
great.
guys are not following our YouTube. There's you the link. You definitely want to start.
There you go. I feel like I've switched scenery a few times and switched. So you have to
All
do something.
good. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so we're about to dive into building your dream team and building your dream culture. And everything that Andrew just went over, the reason we believe it's so important to do that in accordance to building a team is because you attract the people who you are most like. And you attract the people of the values that you hold. So when you're able to focus, when you're able to believe in yourself, you're able to allow others to focus and allow others to believe in themselves. And that's what we believe in for each and every single one of our team members. And the company that we've been able to create is able to give each of those team members the ability to have a fostered environment where they can be that best version of themselves. And you want that superhero team, that Justice League, DC, Marvel team around you that wins. So, Andrew, talk about the importance first of building a team and why even someone at the beginning levels needs to have a team around them.
Yeah, there's two ways to do things. Do it yourself and never have time, or get help. And in the beginning stages, it's very, very common that in those beginning stages, we create the belief that we either don't know how to build a team or we can't afford a team. I know the latter was my challenge when I started. I can't afford one. Except perhaps team in the beginning is actually you and one other person who's a joint venture partner as an acquisitionist buying houses with you. Perhaps your first team member is a virtual assistant who handles scheduling your calendar, following up with buyers and sellers, updating your CRM, doing who knows what all on your behalf as at 20 hours a week for not a real expensive cost to you. So when we say team, I don't mean you need 7 employees and a payroll of $70,000 a month. I mean finding people who you help get to their objectives while they help you get to yours. Yesterday, I talked about CTG. That's not just in real estate deals. That's in real estate and team and training and everything we do. We're CTGs. Here's what I mean by that. Remember yesterday I said get good at asking questions? Ask the seller, what do you want? And that's what I do. And that's what we do with our team too. Some of our team members are certain things are more important to them, and other team members, other things. All of our objectives align, except everyone has their own personal focus and goals. So the objective, just like when we're talking to a house and we're talking to the seller and we're asking them what do they want and seeing if we can make sense of giving it to them on a transaction, when we are talking to our team and attracting the right team members, we are finding out what they want in life rather than on a house. What do they want in life? Where are they trying to head? And if our train is headed the same direction, well, why not ride together? And all of us make more money. So to really develop that mindset is key. Now, when it comes to building that dream team and dream culture, and I'm not going to get into the nitty gritty of pay structures on this segment, but what happens is you can work it out as a joint venture. Sure, you can salary somebody. You can hire a virtual assistant. Some of our assistants from the Philippines work tremendously with us. They're just as part of the team as team that's in the US. They're on every Zoom meeting. We have an amazing time and amazing meetings, and it's phenomenal. But due to the difference in area, the cost is lower. And so realizing that there is so much opportunity around us, there is so much tremendous potential. You know, back in the day, we used to have, well, you guys, I wasn't a part of it back then, but some of you guys know what I'm talking about when I talk about the MLS books. and we would be crazy if we was carrying around MLS books today, because we're on the internet and it pops up and the same day it's posted, it's there. Except time has changed, and the same has happened with team. And for me, that was difficult to catch up with. I told you I was raised in a town of 400 people, and shoot, I was half grown before we got our first computer and internet installed in the house. And so while I'm not that old, I'm not 12 either. So I'm right in between there. So 21. That's halfway. That was. So when it comes to getting the help, everything has changed. So you no longer have to think, oh my goodness, I need to go down to the local whatever to hopefully find 7 team members and bring them in the office. It's a whole different thing. Half of our team works totally virtual, and half is located in Indiana. And so in doing that, realizing it's not about the location, it's about the productivity of what we're needing to accomplish. So to attract the right team, it's finding out what they want and seeing if it makes sense to give it to them. I've met amazing people, and they want a business. They want to be a business owner like me. And I would recommend in those cases that they, when they're a fit, apply to join our mastermind. And at the same time, there is people who've come to me and they don't desire to be a business owner. They just desire to be a part of an amazing culture. And they've joined our team. And it's not a right or a wrong. It is depending on where they're going, where this person is going, what aspect helps them get there. Write this down. People first. Relationships are so important. Relationships with our community, relationships with our team. Communication is one of my favorite things to learn. Relationships are so important. We have fun. We're giving away money, about to give away some more. We have a good time, except it's people first. And when I say that, our team, yes, we love to make money together. We love to win together. We do fun stuff together. We have giveaways right now. We're in the midst of a giveaway. We're having a fun time. But in our real estate team. But I want to mention to you that ultimately it comes down to, how do I attract people who are like-minded, and how can I help them get more of what they want, and in turn gives me more of what I want. My acquisitionist knows that when he hits these objectives, he is getting Ahmed, my lead acquisitionist, knows that these lead to this amount of result, which gets him to his objective here. We have the path laid out to how to get there. And at the same time, it's also helping us build the portfolio where we want it. Everybody gets what they want. And so I want to remind you that as you are building your team, it's very important to determine your mission and your vision first. I'll talk a little bit more about this in the next segment. But to create the team culture, and I'm going to really delve into this, it is so vital. People ask me all the time, I mentioned yesterday, when do you vacation? I said, I live on vacation. Because truly every single day I'm doing stuff I enjoy with people I love doing it with. It's a blast. And it's that way because the culture is fun. You know, some people have a sales culture environment and show up early and work late 7 days a week and have that culture. And I guess it works for them, except that's not our culture. Our culture is do whatever it takes to get it done. Yes, committed. But also our culture is one of having a lot of fun and winning together and celebrating and living our freedom lives. And so you want to delve in, Leo, a little bit to how we have built a virtual and fun culture. Because when before you and I partnered up, I really struggled with the virtual thing. Like I was an in-person guy. You know, I like showing up at the office, high-fiving everybody. We was having a good time. And then when I started trying to do the virtual thing, I struggled until we partnered up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it comes back to just this right here. You and I are on a virtual meeting with a bunch of other people and amazing students, and we're able to still foster an environment of growth. You're still able to teach us the same things. And there's nothing like an in-person environment, like for example, our event versus a virtual. However, we're able to create as close as possible to that, right? And that's with virtual, that's with Zoom, and we're blessed to have that. So the way that we've been able to create that is by being crystal clear of what our values are for our company, what our values are for the people that we have in our company. And when we meet together, we portray those values in everything we do. One thing we always do before we start a team meeting is we do wins and gratitude. Because those are two of our biggest values, is celebration and gratitude. So we always start with that. We go around the team. It's like popcorn style. So Andrew will go and say, you know, my win is this, my gratitude is this. Okay, Leo, you go next. Then I'll go and I'll say, okay, Aloja, you go next. And Aloja will go, Michelle, you go next. So it's creating this very fun environment where you're not stressed coming into the team meeting. You're not worried coming into the team meeting, because you know that me and Andrew will stay consistent with our values. You know we'll communicate well with you. You know we'll take care of you. You know that our company will be transparent and do the best that we can for you. And that's one of the biggest things. And I think our whole team is on this summit with us, right? Not because we didn't say they had to. We didn't tell a single person that they had to be here. Everyone chose to be here because it's the environment that we have. We foster an environment of growth. And
crap, that means we can't talk about them.
We teach and share with our team just as much as we share and teach you guys as well. And they teach us. And we're a family because, again, that's our values. So simplifying this, it comes down to the values of our team and the values that we hold. So
very important. And I think it's one of those things of being who you are, living your purpose, your mission, your values, your vision everywhere. You know, if my vision was to make $1,000 a month and get good at, I don't know, something else, the team that we've attracted would not be on board, right? Our visions wouldn't align, except they see the vision of where we're headed. You know, we're in our real estate investing company that Leo and I have together, in our education company. You know, we're still in such early stages of those games. Even though I've been doing this a decade, it's amazing to me, and it's exciting to the team because now there's opportunity to grow. And so to create that culture and to paint that vision And I'm in the next segment, I'm going to delve into this too. And so I'm going to make sure we share this where it's not too much overlapped, but create your vision. Decide what you want it to be. Don't be ashamed of your vision. That's what people are going to get on board or not get on board with. You know, my vision is to have an office floor that shows up at 5 a.m. every day and leaves at 11 p.m. every night. But when they come on board, I tell them that, you know, we're a family-oriented culture and we want them to spend time with their family. There's going to be some major confusion there. Like, wait a second, I'm in the office like 87 hours a week. I thought this was different. That's what a culture you're building, then own it. Except decide what it is you want to build and be clear about it. So create your vision, create your mission, decide what it is you're going to do and do it. Own it. Be clear to yourself first. When it comes to creating a culture, you know, something I did for a long time, coming back to my fear or feeling unworthy, was I didn't feel my vision was worthy of sharing. I wanted to help people. I wanted to change lives. I wanted to give, except I was almost afraid to say it. What if people think I'm just saying I want to give because I want to be looked at good? Or what if I say I want to give and then I can't afford to give? And what all of this crap, this brain boogie that goes on in our heads when we start to step into our power. I didn't feel my vision was worthy of sharing. I didn't feel I was worthy of sharing it. So therefore, for a while, I would just find team members who needed help and I thought might fit and plug them in and pray it worked out. Sometimes it did and sometimes it didn't. And I mention that because looking back, so much hassle could have been saved had I said, this is the vision. This is where we're going. And the right people get on board with your vision. The people who are meant to be in your life show up. You attract the people who are meant to be there. And so for us, it's being very clear on what the culture is. For me, it's very important that everyone on the team is committed. Write that down. Very important to me that everyone on the team is a team player. Everyone on our team wants everybody else on our team to win. If there's ever a challenge or a misunderstanding, it's immediately worked through because everyone is on the same page. We know if Ahmed wins, I win. If Aloja wins, I win. If I win, Leo wins. If Leo wins, everyone else wins. Paul wins, and so on and so forth. You could go through the entire team. Everybody wins when everybody wins. So anytime there's a challenge, anybody's willing to help solve it. Now, everybody has their own lane, of course, except anybody's willing to step over and help solve it. You know, maybe Paul's focus is in the education company, except if there's a glitch or a challenge in the technical side of the real estate company that Ahmed's working on, Paul's jumped over and is delighted to help give a hand because that's the culture we have. Team player, committed, do whatever it takes. I call it a do whatever it takes mentality because, you know, for me, when I started this business, I started out and I was willing to do whatever it took. And I still am. And my team sees that. And because of that level of commitment, I was telling somebody the other day, I was in town and it just brought back memories because I was driving past and every street I went past, because I've bought so many hundreds of houses in Evansville, Indiana. Every street I went past was a memory. And I seen a little house I wholesaled in 2015. It was probably my 5th or 6th wholesale deal. And I contracted it. I contracted it for $10K, but Leo, I didn't have the money to pay $10K. So I promised him $2,000 down. So I gave him $10 earnest money, close it in a week with $2,000 down and $8,000 due when I resell it in 90 days or less. Because it was a, $60,000 house at the time. So I knew I could get it done. Next day I get a call. Somebody calls on one of my lease option properties down the road. They said they had $25,000 to put down. But they had a problem. They didn't have a car. So guess who hopped in his car and drove him over to the house to see it? This guy. Well, the rent-to-own house wasn't a fit for them. And I said, it so happens I have a house I ain't even closed yet. It's not even on the market yet.
I'm going to drive you over there. I called the guy I was contracted it from, and I said, hey, can I bring somebody by today? You may get this sold sooner. If so, I'll get you paid sooner. And he said, absolutely. So I drive him over there, and I take him through the house. We negotiated a deal for $35,000. I went and picked him up, drove him to the title company, and we closed and dropped him off at their new home. And I mentioned that because it's interesting looking back, all of the times I would do things that are so out of the ordinary because I was committed. Now, I remember one of my acquisitionists in 2016, an amazing guy. And in the daytime, sometimes he would be out at Costco shopping, which is totally cool because he worked his own schedule. Except he was committed. The same night he's out shopping, that night he's in the office at 9 p.m. meeting somebody who works a weird shift, and so they're coming to the office to buy a house at 9 p.m. It's committed. It's doing whatever it takes. So that's what I mean by committed, being willing, having a team who's willing to work together. I'll cover you, you cover me, and we all win together. Another one is very important to us. Be willing to communicate. A culture of communication, culture of commitment, a culture of communication. As we communicate with one another, that's how ideas get shared. That's how problems get solved. To be a master communicator is how anything is getting accomplished. It's how you're going to strike deals with buyers, with sellers, with joint venture partners, with acquisitionists, with personal assistant. Everything else is going to happen from being a great communicator. Anything to share on communication before we move on to the next one?
Yeah, absolutely. Communication solves all problems, or 99% of problems. So when anything comes up in the business, you can always communicate it with that person. And that culture right there is what saves relationships. It's what saves the business, because a lot of people fail because they fail to communicate. Now, you and I, Andrew, even as business partners, right? The only reason we work so well together is because we're able to communicate on both sides, on the business, and we're good friends, right? Most of the time it doesn't work too well. But we had went through a whole year and a half of trial and error of communication to be able to now have what we have, where we understand each other's boundaries, understand how to communicate with each other. You have to have that with each person in your life, and understanding what is my way of communicating with my team, and how can I communicate authentically to make sure they understand how I'm feeling. This is so important when it comes to the beginning of a relationship, all the way until there is no end. If you communicate, that's the point. It just keeps going as you are able to talk through challenges. And we've had scenarios like this come up always, right? And we always solve them with communication.
Yeah, I think it's very important to be willing to ask tough questions.
Yeah. And we're talking about the process of what to do when you have your team. What you're about to go into is actually where to find that team, or that person who's saying, I haven't even done a deal yet. Why? We're talking about communication with our team members, and I haven't even done a deal. Why do I need to hear this? What is this all about?
Absolutely. That's a good point. And communication is going to be how you find the team, attract the team, and be ready for the team. Because you can attract the right team member, but if you're not positioned to help them get to their objective and know how to communicate that, they won't be around long. So to be able to communicate clearly and concisely, ask questions, and be transparent is absolutely key. Something else in our team, and I'm cautious how I say this one because it can be taken wrong, but it's to be caring. Our team knows we care for them. Business is business. We're in business to make a profit and to help people. And our team knows we care. Very important And again, it shines through in all aspects of who you are and what you do. Last piece of culture before we delve into finding, hiring, training, and a whole bunch of other cool stuff. I call it, write it down, somebody type it in the chat, GTFM. GTFM. Get the freaking money. We have fun. We give away the cash. We have a good time. I want the culture of get the money. And here's what I mean by that. When it comes to closing a deal, I don't mean high pressure sales. If we're not a fit for a seller, I'm cool with that. But when we're a fit, don't waste time. There's no reason to have 38 follow-ups over 72 days to close a deal you could have closed on the second call. When you know the buyer is the fit for the home and they know that they want it, don't wait. Not too long ago, I was actually a while ago, it was just 2015. I remember one of the early deals I did, time flies, so not long ago, 2016. I went to a house to show it to a lease option buyer. They had $12,000 down. I had multiple people interested in that house. And as I was pulling out of the driveway, they said, we want it. They shook my hand, said, we will come by the office tomorrow to put a deposit down, lock it in, and get the application rolling. I said, cool. I hopped in my car and I said, what are you doing, Andrew? I rolled down my window. I said, hey, ma'am. I called her by her name. I said, I do have several other people looking at this property, which was absolutely true. And I really liked her and her husband. They seemed like really nice people. I said, I really want you and your family to have this home. What do you have on you right now to go ahead and lock it in and go ahead and put a hold on the home? And she said, I have $1,000 on me. I said, okay. I said, well, we'll lock it in with 1,000 and you can swing by the office tomorrow with the remaining and we'll get the process rolling. She hands me $1,000 and we move forward, put a hold on the home, and they move forward to live there and lease option the home. And I mentioned that because it would have been just as easy to let that not happen, to schedule a follow-up the next day, to let it go away, to who knows what all, to 13 other people seeing it. And now maybe they see somebody else looking at it going, man, I thought that was going to be our home. And now their feelings are hurt and who knows what all. And so it was just so much easier, cleaner, and better to wrap it up now. And that's what I want you guys to do. That's why I have you to take action now. That's why I call on you to make decisions quickly, because when you know it's the right time, the moment quickly passes. And I want you to get used to making the decision to GTFM. I want you to be okay with that. So as we get into the next segment, Leo, anything else you wanted to add before we get into hiring and training and all of that?
No, I'm excited for this segment. I love this part because it really goes into the nitty gritty of
Absolutely.
Of our team.
This is going to be good. So delving in, can you all see my screen? Can you see it, Leo?
I see your screen.
Okay, good. Perfect. We're going to talk about leveling up your life and your business. So I'm going to show you in this segment before we go to lunch for Leo and mid-afternoon break for us East Coasters, how to find your acquisitionist. You're going to hear us refer to the acquisitionist as your AC and dispositionist as your dispo. How to pay them. How to take your time back. Very important. So first off, you say, but Andrew, I'm new. Why do I need an acquisitionist? Well, I'll explain to you why you need one and then how it relates to you, even if you're brand new. If you do this thing right, you have Pat Live taking the calls, you have a virtual assistant doing calls, you have the call system set up, you have everything rolling like you should, and leads are coming your way or they're supposed to be called. There's only 3 things left as a business owner that you should be doing. That is getting leads, following up, and getting contracts. And then once that's done, getting leads for buyers, following up, and getting checks. Except as that happens, you're going to notice that there's a lot of follow-up that happens to get to that point. There's a lot of follow-up that happens as you're stepping into that. So make sure that you are getting help to do that. So get leads, follow up, get contracts, write it down. It's the 3 things you want your acquisitionist to do. So after you get your acquisitionist, I want you to know how to train them, know how to build the team, and know how to support them. We're going to do the giveaway at the end of this segment, right before we go to lunch. So let's do that giveaway right at the end of this segment, Leo. So who's ready for your level up? Type it in the chat. I am. Type it in the chat. I am ready. Good. Keep them coming. So I am ready. I'm ready for the level up. All right. So next, what I want for you is to be able to build the dream business, build your dream culture, build your dream team. You all are here. You've already spent the first day with me, and we're on day 2. So I don't need to tell you more about me. It's me and my good friend Ron LeGrand here a few months back. So building an automated real estate investing company is really, really simple. I don't like so much to say it's easy. It is in a way, but it's really simple, and it's just a matter of making the decision to do it. So why do I say it's simple? Because it's a formula that you can follow that gets you to where you want to go. So imagine for a moment, what will your life look like when you have a automated 7-figure real estate investing business giving you 6 figures a month before you start your progress? I want you to type it in the chat in 1 to 3 words. What changes? More travel, more time with family, more cool cars. I don't know. Giving, taking better care of someone. What changes for you when you have a automated 7-figure real estate company? I want you to really envision that. It's very important in the process that you begin positioning yourself mentally to realize that this is who you are. This is what you deserve, is to step into your power as a business owner and live the life of your dreams. You will do the right thing with it. I want you to begin to trust yourself. I'm going to show you how to automate your business even on slim budgets. So 3 things you want your acquisitionist to do. Number 1, get leads. Number 2, follow up. Number 3, get contracts. That's your acquisitionist's whole responsibility. And then on the dispo side, it is find buyers, follow up, get checks. That's it. That is the whole business of the acquisitionist. Now, in the beginning stages, sometimes acquisitionists, may also do things like, I don't know, change a doorknob if they're in the local market, get pictures of the house, do other things that needs to be done. Remember, I talked earlier about a team player mentality and a get it done mentality. So there may be other things, that the acquisitionist does and needs to do. Are you all still seeing my screen? I'm having make sure you all are still seeing my screen. Oh, okay. resume. We have a little challenge. I've been changing the slides and it's froze on you all. I just realized it said screen sharing is paused. I said, crap. All right. So 3 things you need to do. Perfect. 3 things your acquisitionist needs to do: get leads, follow up, get contracts. So create your vision. This is what we touched on in the last segment, but decide what it is that you want your business to accomplish for you. Even if you're already doing deals, I want you to get clear on this. If you're not already clear on your vision, that needs to change today. I want you to be clear on what you want this business to accomplish for you. What is the vision? What is the desire? What do you want this business to do for you? Very important to know what your vision is. Be able to cast that vision. You don't know your vision unless you can cast it in 5 bullet points or less. You don't know it well enough unless you can cast it in 5 bullet points or less. In other words, I love that there's visions of massive numbers and big money and all of these things, but we need to be able to chunk it down. I create $20,000 a month of passive and $100,000 a month of passive income by owning 100 single family properties that are X, 50 of them are Airbnb, whatever it is for you. Break it down to 5 bullet points, what your vision is. I give $10,000 a month in whatever to whatever charity, whatever that vision is. What is it you want to accomplish? Make it clear. Write it down. Make it plain. What do I want the business to accomplish for me? Money freedom, time freedom, giving, taking care of those around me. Get clear on that vision. Get clear on your mission. Here shortly, we're going to be feeding 25,000 kids. Leo and I made a commitment to give. We want to change the lives of kids in need. And we're making a donation to give thousands of dollars and take our time flying out and packing lunches, partnering with Kids Against Hunger to change the lives and feed 25,000 kids. What is your mission? What is it that you want to accomplish? In the beginning, it can be whatever you want it to be. It can be at home, it can be abroad, it doesn't matter. What is that mission? What do you want this to be? What's your purpose? Because this business has the ability to get you there, but you have to know what it is and be clear on it. Ask yourself who, not how. Ask yourself who, not how. This one's a tough one. When it comes to asking yourself who, not how, it's very important that we make that clear. In other words, I was forced to automate a little bit in 2016, late 2015, in a few weeks' time, about 26 houses. Except I made one minor error. When you guys hear us teach creative finance, you hear Ron teach creative finance, you hear us going through it, you always notice we always recommend the payment begins in the 3rd month after close. In other words, if we're taking over a debt of $100,000 and the payments are $800 a month, we close in May. June first payment was for May anyway. That's when the person owned it. So they got to make June 1st payment. We always ask them to make one extra payment, July 1st. We begin in the 3rd month after close, August, in that example. What happens if we close and we begin making the payment in August? Well, there's 2 things. Number one, it was the seller's responsibility to make their payments anyway for the time they own the house. We just ask them to do a favor to us to make one extra one. We pay all closing costs, close whenever they want. And we give them immediate sell. Knowing if they're listed with a realtor or some other way, it may be set on the market. Who knows how many payments they have to make that way? I got lazy in late 2015, I was closing deals right and left, and I quit asking for that extra payment to begin the third month after close. In fact, I got so lazy, I didn't even ask them for them to make their own payment. I started making payments right away. 26 houses in a few weeks. I broke 22-year-olds trying to figure out how to make payments. And he said, wait a second. I should have asked for 3 months, but since I didn't, I've got to sell these houses real quick. I had two options: quit buying houses, go lock myself in Evansville, Indiana, and sell houses and do nothing but that for a few weeks, or ask who, not how. Went to church with a guy. I knew he'd sold cars. Went to him and I said, hey, I hear you sell cars. How would you like to sell houses? He said, well, I don't know. What do you have in mind? I said, well, while you're driving truck, could you call and send people in with money on these houses, and we'll lease option them one by one and I'll pay you. He said, we'll try it. And in a few weeks, he sold those houses. In fact, in the first 6 months of 2016, he brought in over $300,000 in non-refundable option deposits in 6 months' time on little cheapy houses, all because I learned to ask who, not how. Delegation is key. Most of the things we do, someone else can do. Quite frankly, probably even better than we do it. Ask who, not how. But Andrew, I'm not to that level yet. I'll show you how to get help, not have to pay till you get paid if you want to do a profit share or joint venture. You need help, even if you're looking for your first deal. I'm a firm believer you need help. Take a screenshot of this or write it down. Become who you want to attract. Become who you want to attract. When you start to get help, it's very important that you attract people who are on the same path as you. I don't mean the same path as in doing the exact same things, but I mean on the same path as in your values, your mission, your purpose align. Otherwise, your life and your business is going to suck. Step one, where do we find quality talent? Remember, determine your vision and your mission. Be clear about that. Next, we go to find quality talent. Now, there's a couple things that I'm going to share with you when it comes to finding quality talent. Leo does such a fantastic job of going on Upwork and attracting quality virtual assistant help. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in the slides today. But first of all, the first person I always mention to everybody you probably are going to need if you're having trouble with the phone call or you're wanting the front end of the business handled is to find an acquisitionist. So you can find your acquisitionist on staffing websites or different online paid platforms. You can go to Upwork, you can go to Indeed, you can go to LinkedIn. We've run paid ads on LinkedIn and attracted quality people. My favorite, networking. It's a good way to find good help. It's a good way to attract good people. Go to the local real estate meetups and ask people what they want. You'd be surprised by becoming interested instead of being interesting, how many friends you make and how many good team members you attract. Staffing agencies. Local staffing agencies, the challenge is on top of paying an hourly rate, you got to pay them also, but they handle everything. So if you decide you want the person who's working with you is not working out, all you got to do is call the staffing agency, say, hey, need somebody different. This is not working. And they'll do that. They take all the hiring and firing process and make it so easy, but they charge a fee. It's not that much, but you do got to pay the hourly rate and all of that. So those three ways. Here's the job description. Plain and simple. Run an ad. decide what it is that you want them to handle, offer the opportunity, find the right people. Social media is a great way to attract quality talent and deals with quality talent in today's market. Here's an example post for Facebook. Growing my real estate investing team, 6-figure earning potential, no experience needed. DM me to apply. Anything that attracts the help. If you do post this on social media, make sure you're using the background on Facebook. Don't just post the words, post it on a background. Gets more attention. All right. The interview. So you have ran an ad, you've networked, you found somebody who is willing to entertain the idea, who wants to possibly work with you. Now we get to the interview. 3 major keys to the interview. Ask them what they want, present the opportunity, and make a decision. Again, be interested, not interesting. Yes, the person who's applying to work for you probably wants to know what your business does and a little bit about you, so it's fair enough. Except the main purpose of this interview is to find out what they want. Find out if your business, because you know your business better than anybody else, has the ability or potential to help them get to where they want by helping you get to where you want. If the answer is yes, then they're probably a fit. Write this down. Attitude over talent. Oh my goodness, guys. Attitude is so important. Attitude over talent. It's vital. You know, there's so many times I've seen people who are very talented, can absolutely get the job done, but when it comes to the attitude, it's a challenge. So it's very important that we find people who are team players, who have a get it done mentality, have a great attitude, because the work can be taught, but attitudes, not so much. How to train your team. I'm going to delve into that a little bit. There's a few ways you can do it. Number one is, I'm going to write this down. I'm going to have you write this down. Schedule meetings. I don't mean boring 3-hour meetings talking about crap that nobody cares about. I mean a check-in every other day. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 15 minutes piece. Ahmed, how you doing? How is things going and how can I best help you? Ahmed gives me reports of deals in the works and how we're making it on our objectives. We all win together. And the actual training of how to do the calls and all of that, there's 2 options. Number one, of course, is for you to decide to train them. Schedule and do calls with them and give them the training. Take to the best of your knowledge what you've learned and give it to them. Or you can have us do it. Those of you who invested in yourself yesterday are going to be getting a free package, a free acquisitions package. Talk more about that in a moment. And those of you who choose to invest today in your real estate level up event, you're going to receive it as well. Set up your KPIs, your key performance indicators. Have scheduled calls, cast the vision. Most importantly, share how it affects them. In other words, perhaps the KPI is for your acquisitionist to talk to 50 people a week. That's 10 a day. 50 people a week or 1 deal a week. In other words, if they've contracted 1 deal and talked to 25, that's okay. But if they talk to 50 and not contracted a deal, that's also okay, as long as they're hitting the KPI, the minimum KPI. Of course, the ones with the attitudes that I hire are always going above and beyond. Have scheduled calls, because if you don't schedule them, they'll never get done. Cast the vision, but in how it relates to them. In other words, don't cast the vision of I want to make $100,000 this month, cast the vision as to helping them relate to their goals. I want to make $100,000 this month, which in return hits your objective of hitting X a month into your personal pocket. So cast the vision and how it affects your team. Our true desire is to help them reach their objectives, because if I help enough other people get what they want, I don't have to worry about what I want. That was already negotiated in the beginning. That was already in the contract when you done the joint venture agreement as to what the team receives. In other words, who cares what I make? I've already negotiated that in the front end in the JV agreement that you have with your team member. And when you have set that for us, they get 30%, they get 10%, they get 20%, they get 5%, whatever the math is. Do the math. It means if they're getting 10 grand, you're getting X, the company's getting X, and you don't have to worry about it. Make sense? Set expectations. Communicate often and give clear directives. Set expectations. What do I mean by that? How many calls are we trying to accomplish this week? How many deals are we hoping to get? Communicate often. My team have unlimited access to me. They're running into a challenge, needing help. Needing help closing a deal? Absolutely. They have my help. Give clear directives. Don't say, I want to, let's call 5 leads. Let's call a bunch of leads today. Give a specific, let's call 5 leads today. Let's call 10. I may have said, call a bunch of leads today. And I thought I meant 50 and he thought I meant 3. Who knows? Communicate clearly. Don't leave anything for granted. To keep the team motivated, we must communicate clearly, communicate often, and cast the vision. I'm going to share these 3 C's. They're going to overlap with what I shared with you. Communicate, celebrate, create momentum. So important, guys. You notice communication is something I've been talking about because it's so important to communicate with the team. Them communicate with you. Everybody wins. Celebrate wins. This is something I had a hard time doing. You know, I'm very hardworking and a go-getter, like I shared with you. Be working so hard to make this stuff happen. And yet, as I do, I found myself constantly falling into the trap of getting the next 10 and the next 20 and the next $50,000 and then just being on to the next deal. I didn't celebrate. So I have to be specific about my celebration. Celebrate wins, create momentum. Momentum is one of the greatest underestimated tools in all of human history. Momentum is something that can't be measured, can't be explained, yet it's there. Kind of like gravity. If you walk up the side of a building, you know you're going to fall. Except I can't see it. I just know it's there. Momentum is a snowball. I always describe it as build your snowball. When it comes to doing your business, build your snowball. Deals that you're working in the first month sometimes don't come to fruition until later months, except the deals you worked in month 1, 2, and 3. That's how I did 50 houses at 2015, because I started in 2014 and I was calling and talking to sellers. Although I only done 12 houses in 2014, I was building the snowball. I was talking to sellers. I was meeting people. I was getting contracts signed. I was following up. And now before long, people I talked to in 2014 are following up with me in 2015. Now buying more houses. To train our subconscious that wins are celebrated is important to create more wins. The more we enjoy our wins and celebrate them, the more momentum we create. The more momentum we create, the more success we find. Create momentum. Be very specific about what it is that you're
creating. Go all the way. Keep the snowball building. Don't let up. A train on the tracks can crash through a loaded semi or a row of semis and not even feel it, except a little pebble on a train tracks before the train gets taken off can stop it. That's the power of momentum. An acquisitionist is to replace the last three things that you were doing and are doing as a business owner, or not doing. Get leads, follow up, get contracts. So how do they get paid? One of two ways. Either they're going to get a small base salary, as you and them agree, with bonuses. More deals they do, the more money they get. Or they're going to JV with you. They're going to JV with you per deal. And you're going to supply them in all the leads you can. They're going to, when they run out of leads, call and buy FSBOs. You're going to work together, and they're going to be your, I don't mean partner as in Yun's own entities together, but they're going to be your partner. Partner in the business is in every deal that Yun's do together, they're going to get a piece of the amount that you and them agree. So why would someone want to work with me, with you, rather than doing it themselves? I don't know. Lots of reasons. The culture we create, the vision we cast, we attract the right people. Sometimes someone wants to be around us to gain knowledge and shortcut their path. They might make more money working with you than they would without you, and you might make more money working with them than when you would without them. It's what happens when you create momentum and live in abundance. I don't want you to be out more than a few grand at most before seeing results. So we have an 8-week trial period, and generally we know in the first couple of weeks or less if they're going to be a fit. In fact, many times my acquisitionist in week 4 or so contracts a deal. Not every time. It doesn't always happen that way, and it depends on a lot of varying factors. That's why I encourage you to have us train your acquisitionist for you. When we work together, you'll be receiving the pay structures that I use, the bonus structures, my employment agreement from my attorney, the JV agreement, the non-compete agreement, and all the other stuff. So, dream team roles. Regardless of how many deals you've done or not done or how new you are, you need an acquisitionist, dispositionist role. Write these down. You need a personal assistant, admin. Those are 3 roles: your AC and dispo, your personal assistant, and your admin. Now, in the beginning, it's probably you and one other person. If you enjoy the phone calls, then your first person should be your personal assistant or admin. If you don't enjoy the calls and you enjoy the behind the scenes work, well, then your first person should be your AC dispo. Not a right or a wrong. It's just whatever's first, except in the beginning, my acquisitions fulfill a lot of those roles. And as soon as possible, get them help. Remember, your AC dispo person is the gateway to money, to deals. Your AC dispo person is the one who controls the door that brings the company deals and revenue. So, what does your AC dispo need? They need help. They need support. I want them out closing deals and getting checks, not being worried about following up on all the paperwork. So I get them help as soon as possible. The acquisitionist, dispositionist can be a JV position or a base salary with bonuses, whatever you choose. The personal assistant and the admin is going to be probably salaried positions, W-2 employees or virtual assistants out of the country. Something I want to challenge you on when it comes to getting a VA, getting an admin, 80% of what you do can be done by someone else. And the majority of that can be done virtually for a very
low cost. So open your mind to being okay with having a partly virtual team if you aren't already okay with it. Leo has a amazing process he's built to get hundreds of applications in a matter of days. We'll touch on it today. Those of you who work with us will see a lot more of it. Number one, and Leo, anything you want to jump in on here, feel free to do so, is the personal assessment test. When it comes to getting applications, as you can see, we got 306 applications on this app, on this posting within a matter of like a couple days, except 147 is all that filled out the personality test. Does this sound familiar yet? Whether you're working with sellers, you're working with buyers, you're attracting the right people, it's going to be the majority of people who come in, the minority of which you're going to actually do business with. All right. So be okay with what they're doing. Be okay with pre-screening well. Get the personality tests. But Andrew, how do I pre-screen 147 people? Well, after you get the personality test, few minutes, you can pre-screen through them. I would say all in, when Leo's said and done, he has about 1 to 2 hours in 5 to 10 people that he has picked out to interview. Out of those 5 to 10 people that he's picked out to interview, then we pick the right one or ones for the roles. The personality test tells a lot about them, but that's not the only thing. They have to make sure they have good internet. That's another one, cuts out a lot of potentials. So personality test cuts half. Good internet cuts several more, who is not a fit because just simply can't work with people who don't have good internet. 3, have to be able to work on the schedule that we need them on. That cuts out another. So you see how we're narrowing down the 300 people who said I'm interested down to the few who are interested, have completed the first task they were giving to complete, because frankly, if they won't fill out a 20-minute personality test, probably not going to be a fit to do the things we need them to do. They'll be a fit for our culture. So fill out the personality test, narrow it down after they've done that, good internet after they've done that, work on our schedule, and then the interview. After all, passing all those tests, some still don't show up for an interview. So we're getting down to the narrow, the few who actually care about doing business with us enough to show up and spend a few minutes on the Zoom with Leo and say, I'm interested. All right. The mindset of growth is key to your next level, guys. If you're not growing, you're dying. Couldn't be more true. If you're not growing, you're dying. In order to level up your life and level up your business, you must decide that I want to grow. In fact, if you are an action taker and you know that there's more for you than what you're currently living, there's more that you need and want to live, type it in the chat. I am ready to grow. I am ready to grow. It's time. As you grow in your mindset, as you grow in your business, as you become the person you want to attract, your world begins to change. When you used to look at something and say, crap, I don't want to do that, or I don't know how, now you look at it and go, oh my goodness, we could absolutely do that. You immediately start thinking of people that you're working with who you can help them reach their objectives, and by so they can help you reach yours, and everybody wins. If you're not growing, you're dying. Who's loving this stuff? I love that cup of coffee Leo put in the background on this cool slide. Makes me want another cup myself. Type in the chat, yes, if you're loving this stuff. This is so much fun, guys. I want you to have a team, a cash flowing team. I want you to have a team who provides a massive income to you. I want you to have a team who you help provide for their families, who everybody wins. I want you to have a culture. There's stuff that Aloja is amazing at that I just suck at. I would not want her job because she's amazing at the details and creating spreadsheets, and her mind just works wonderful at that, except mine doesn't. Shoot, I sit down to create an Excel spreadsheet, I would rather get a root canal without anesthetic. Except she's brilliant at it. I do what I do best. Each one does what they do best, and we all win together. So, as it comes time for you to level up, there is 2 ways to level up. Number 1, you can choose to take the path of trial and error and do what I've done. And in 10 years, duplicate the path that I've done by watching me online as best you can. Or instead, you can come spend 3 days with me, which I'm about to give you the opportunity to. There's something I want to mention for you as we come to the middle part of the day here. I want to remind you that everything starts. We have several people on here who are starting, looking to get their first deals. And I want to remind you that as you do your first deal, your next deal, and you step into your power, that everything starts. I want to take you back for a quick second on my 2015 journey. When I met my first acquisitionist, I didn't even know I was looking for one. And I bought 3 crappy houses from somebody. And he said, "Hey, could I work for you?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. What do you have in mind?" And he said, "I'll do calls." He's like, somebody called me and asked me about these houses. He's like, "I could do that for you." So before long, I have somebody in my home city calling and doing calls. And before long, he's taking pictures of FSBOs and he's filling out lead sheets. And next thing I know, he's turned into an acquisitionist, closing deals for me. And in all of that lesson, what really stood out to me was I screwed up a lot of things. I done a lot of it wrong. I didn't know what I was doing, except I did one thing right, and I accidentally found help. You know, sometimes, everything happens for a reason. It always works out perfectly. And as I found that help, my life began to change. I would have never bought 50 houses in 52 weeks at 22 years old had I not had an acquisitionist helping me in that first full year in business. Everything changes when we begin to change. Be willing to get help. Be willing to ask yourself who, not how. What change do I need to make to get where I want to go? In 12 months, I said it earlier, in 5 years, I'm going to back it down. In 12 months, you will arrive, but where? We're going to arrive somewhere we want to be. We've got to make a change. This is my amazing partner. Leo was an amazing student of mine, began doing deals. We ended up partnering up, growing an Airbnb portfolio together. Now we've bought tremendous amount of houses together, and we decided to build a duplicatable business, having fun doing it. I love this stuff. So, who wants a team buying houses for you, even if you're looking for your first deal? Type it in the chat. I do. Eric says, me. Heck yeah. It's what I want for you. Everything starts. Everything starts. And in order for it to start, we must make a decision. Make a decision that it's time for us to level up our life and level up our business. There's a lot more I would love to share, and I want to help you avoid as many of the pitfalls and risks as possible. For the sake of time, I won't be covering everything in this segment. As you know, we're going to come back this afternoon and we're going to be covering some more things. Before we do, though, I'm going to do a giveaway. And before we do the giveaway, I'm going to give you an opportunity to come spend 3 days with us. So the first thing I like to ask is, who wants to come spend 3 days with me and Leo in person? You scratch the surface of it here in this 2 days that we spent together virtually, except it's way funner when we're together in person. Who wants to spend 3 days in person if it's free? Who wants to spend 3 days in person if it's free? Okay, good. They're awake, Leo. Yes. So I'm going to give you that opportunity. I'll tell you how. Hey, I know that guy. So August 16, 17, and 18, Leo and I have compiled a very special event for you. It's going to be 3 days. We are excited for those of you who are committed to taking a leap to get to your next level. Our objective is that you walk away with all the tools and knowledge you need to grow your dream team. Every one of you, I believe, has the knowledge to go out and buy houses. I have no doubt about that. Except even those of you on here who are brand new, you have enough knowledge to know how to do it, except sometimes we struggle with a disconnect between knowing how and actually accomplishing it. And there's two things that happens for me that really changed that. Number one, it was a change here. And number two, it was getting help. Those are the two things we work on all 3 days: a change in the mindset and getting help. Frankly, even if I'm giving away a portion of my profits, it's just a lot funner when I'm virtually or in person walking in the office and I'm tag teaming, dialing. If you told me I had to go over to that corner right now and call 100 sellers, I would dread it. But if you told me Ahmed was coming over and we was going to dial 100 sellers together this afternoon and have a competition, and whoever got the most deals or contracts had to pay for dinner tonight, we're going to have a blast. So it just creates the fun. I want you to walk away with all the tools you need to build your dream team. I'm going to show you the massive growth internally, the personal power mastery. I'm going to show you the secrets of our successes and our businesses, how to be productive and get more done in the first 10 minutes of your morning than most real estate investors do all day long. I'm going to show you our secrets of automation with implementing AI into your business, implementing as much automation and software as you can, as well as team. I'm going to show you how to fire yourself fast. Even if you're still trying to get your first deal, there's no need to wait. We're going to have a deep dive into the Create Your Vision workshop. You notice how I chunked it down for you guys yesterday on the freedom number, on your freedom number. We chunked that down, but we delve into it in so much more detail where you leave with a game plan to know exactly what it is you're doing and trying to accomplish and how to get there. I'm going to be sharing with you the ultimate hiring package. We're going to be showing you in greater detail how to find your team, the ads we use, examples, because we're going to have a lot more time together. We're going to show you how to hire, how to fire, how to train, how to pay, and a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm going to show you how to attract and motivate the team, and also, if things don't go as planned, how to deal with it. And frankly, how to set KPIs and objectives where you can almost always part as friends and know that it just wasn't a fit. We're going to roll back the curtain of our real estate investing business, show you how to copy it. I'm going to show you the systems and the processes and the trainings that we use inside our company. And as a bonus, for those of you who invest in yourself today and who did yesterday, you also receive the acquisitions training package. It's because August 16, 17, and 18, I don't want you to wait till then to go ahead and get launched in getting your team. We have a video training. It's for the business owner. A lot of the basics of being the business owner are on this video training for you. how to hire, fire, train, find, as much as can be covered in about a 8 or 10 hour video segments. Then there's a segment where it's literally just me and Leo teaching your acquisitionists how to communicate with you as the business owner, teaching them how to do deals. We focus solely on how to always offer terms first and then turn to cash and wholesaling. It's our model, except it's vague enough that it's all of the principles are the same, but you can put your shifts in because you are the business owner. Very, very, very helpful for your business growth. Then there's videos of me and Leo and Ahmed, I believe, Ohana, Marcel, I don't know, a whole bunch of us closing deals live. After each call, we'll talk about what went right and what went wrong and what we should have done different and what we did right. All of that you're going to get as a free bonus today when you decide to get to the next level and invest in yourself and get your tickets. Here's what a couple of the folks had to say about the event.
Hey, how you doing? My name is James. I'm from Long Island, New York. The most impactful thing I heard today was to have a positive attitude to attract the right kind of people around you who will become your team members. That's as easy as all you have to do. You don't have to make it any complicated than that. Make sure you're interested more in what they do, what they want, than what you, rather than you be interested in talking about yourself. Have a good day.
I love it. That's James. So I want to mention that what happens at this event is very unique because it's more about an experience than anything. And it's about a transformation. And several of you on this training, I know, already have tickets. And several of you are making the investment to get your tickets. So Michelle, if you could go ahead and put the link in the Zoom. It's going to be a $14.97 deposit today, and then I'm going to show you how you can get it for free. You're going to integrate it immediately, have your acquisitionist do a deal in the first 90 days, and send proof. Remember, the objective is to get it done in like 4 weeks. Don't guarantee it. It's up to you to find the right person and to apply this using this tool, but send me a check and a testimony, or not a check, a copy of a check and a testimonial, and we'll get you your $14.97 back and you'll come to the event for free. All right. Also, whatever reason you don't love it when you get in and look at it, you get your money back for free, but come to the event, don't love it the first day, get your money back. We just want to make it fair to you. Again, the value is so astronomical. Our whole objective is just to get you launched, get you team building, get you help. And that's why we want to make this as easy and as accessible for you as possible. So when you put your deposit up today, make your investment in yourself today. You're not going to get one ReLU ticket. You're going to get two. Instead of one real estate level up ticket, you get two. So you can bring a friend, a family member, a partner, or team member. Normally $3,000 a piece, but here you go. Check this out.
I'm excited for you. I'm excited about these 2 days and what is about to happen. The transformation that's about to take place for each of you.
Yeah, that's a pretty key thing with your time.
So I'm here to re-engage, reinvest, and grow my portfolio.
It's the next step in upgrading and leveling up the real estate business, being able to really get into your goals and move to the next level.
Reason we became investors is not to create a time-sucking, life-draining machine of a business. You did this so you could have more time for your family, more time for the people that you love, to be able to do the things that you really love to do.
Awesome. Forgive us, had some sound challenges there, but good stuff. You get the point. It's 3 days of an amazing experience. We have our bulk day, I call it. I used to call it cheat day, but some of you know my buddy Aaron Clements. We decided to start calling it bulk day, and we eat stuff like this. football day. So as you move forward, you're going to get a recap what you're going to get. You're going to get the 3-day event, 2 tickets, normally $3,000 a piece, only $1,497 deposit. Not only are you going to get the 2 tickets instead of 1 for a total of $1,497, the 3 days, the hiring, firing, the training, all of the perks that come along, all of the things we're going to do, we're going to create your business plan to find the right team. All right. And then you're going to leave there taking action. Before you even leave the event, we're going to have you taking action, finding the right team. All right. So on top of all that, because we want you to get started before you get to the event and finding the right team, we're going to give you the video trainings. Part 1, training for you as the business owner, hiring, firing, training so you can get a head start before you get to the event. Part 2, training for your acquisitionist, us talking directly to the camera as if we're talking directly to them, how to find deals, call them, close them, communicate with you as the business owner, and do deals on your behalf, and how it benefits them from their point of view. Thirdly, live seller call trainings. Me training my team. There's me, there's Leo, there's Marcel, there's Ahmed, there's Ohana. I believe we're all 5 on there. Anyway, me and acquisitionists are on there closing deals and not closing deals. I think we got some in there that's wound up not being deals. Some of them's closing, some's not. How we dealt with objections, what made it a deal, what made it fall apart, so on and so forth. All of that, as well as some other cool things you're going to get, surprises, all for $1,497 when you invest now. So go to the website in the link that Michelle has put and get your tickets now. Leo is going to come back on, and we're going to do one more giveaway before lunch, but we're not going to do the giveaway for 3 more minutes because we want to give you 3 minutes to get your tickets. So go ahead, get your tickets. And at 1:55, we're doing a giveaway. 3 more minutes. We're going to be giving away some more money. Welcome back, brother.
Thank you very much. That was great.
Absolutely. Having an amazing time here. And what fun. Man, when you came to me, we started partnering up, and then we decided to build this duplicatable, automated real estate investing company. What was the biggest shift? Like, you automated your candy company and your couch flipping company, and this company since you was a little guy. So what was your major change to really start building this together that we started building, brother?
Yeah, what helped me in our business and our real estate company and the companies that we've built together was the fact that, one, I had a mentor who knew what he was doing in this exact field. So I had no fear, and I had no excuse of fear to use, because I would go through all my calls, I would do the acquisitions, I would do the dispo, I would do everything that I needed to do in the business as if I was you, because I had you by my side. And that's the beauty of mentorship and the beauty of having people who know what they're doing, because now the number one excuse is I can't make them anymore. I can't say that I have fear. Right? I still have the fear, but it's being shined over with the light, who is you as the mentor. Number 2 was the ability to be consistent. And that also came from people that I had met at an event, because I had people who were very consistent now in my life. And I met some of my most amazing friends at these type of events. And that's why we started this, because now you have people who are like-minded, who are searching for the same thing you're searching for. And now you have a group of accountability. And accountability is the number one thing that will help you with focus, with productivity, with doing the deals.
Absolutely.
And this event will help you find that type of accountability, the right people to place into your life.
That's awesome. Well, we took Ron's advice. Thank you for sharing that, Leo. And we decided that we would only extend our offer through the end of lunch break as well, because we want you to frankly be a decision maker and an action taker. So everything we just offered for $14.97 will not be available after lunch. You can still buy it for $14.97, but you won't get all the perks and bonuses. So make the decision. Don't let waiting cost you hundreds more dollars paying for the same thing. So $14.97 deposit is all it is, really, because again, do a freaking deal. We want success, not the $14.97. So do a deal. Show us your acquisition is doing a deal, and let us just send you a check back. We love doing that. All right. Let's do a giveaway. So the next person has the opportunity to win more money because Judy was generous with hers. So how do you want to do this, Leo? Go ahead.
Let's think. Let's ask a question.
Ooh, I like questions. Gets the minds rolling.
Let's ask a question. You think of the question.
What is your best takeaway from the last 2 days so far? We're only halfway through the second day. But your best takeaway, and Leo, I'm going to put you in the position that you probably will want to smack me later. You're going to be the judge as to who gave the best answer.
Well, this is tough because everyone's answer is true to them, based on what they're needing. But let's do this. Let's read some of these.
You must have a team. Love. Be proactive. Andrew is brilliant. If I was the judge, I'd pick you, Mike.
Right.
Need an acquisitionist. My mindset and action determines my outcome. Find out what your acquisitions wants and give it to them. You cannot do it alone. Automation is everywhere and it can apply to everything. Oh, that's a good one, Carmen. Take action. Doesn't matter if it's wrong, just do something. Leverage. Be proactive, not reactive. Get an acquisitionist. Don't do it yourself. Momentum is key.
All right. So there's about 15 people who put something. I'm going to choose a random number. I'm going to do a number generator.
Perfect.
All right. We got 11. You ready?
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh. It was actually the Andrew's brilliant one that it landed on.
That was definitely not rigged. Michael, congratulations.
The number was 11, and that was the 11th comment. So Michael, let's reach out to Michael and get him that, what is it, 200?
Yeah. So let's give so Michael gets $200. Congratulations and welcome, Michael. We're excited to send that to you. So the team will be messaging you privately and getting your information to Cash App or Venmo or whatever they're doing. You $200. Good. Everybody give Michael a virtual hand. This is good, and give yourself a virtual hand. This has been amazing. You guys are giving such tremendous feedback. What we are going to do is we are going to take a 30-minute break so Leo can get lunch and I can get a snack, mid-afternoon snack. And we will be back here in 30 minutes. Anything else we should know before we part to our lunch break?
Yes. What time is it? 11. What time is it for you right now?
It is 2:00.
2. Oh, perfect. We're right on time then.
Yep. So 2:30, we'll be back here. The link will be in the chat through the lunch break. The extra bonuses go away at 2:30 Eastern. So get in and get your investment made, as some of you have already done, before 2:30. So don't delay. Get your deposit put up. get your tickets. And we're excited to see you at Relu. And we'll see you back here in exactly 30 minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere.
All right.
back, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch break, afternoon break, whatever it is for you, break. And we have an amazing rest of the day ready for you. So if you're ready for the last half of the last day, type it in the chat. I'm ready. We'll see who's back from lunch or snack time. Type it in the chat. I'm ready. Excited for you all. So we're going to delve into a couple things for you guys. We're going to talk a little bit about living your balanced life. And in doing so, I want to share with you that all of it comes from tools. You know, I mentioned earlier the example of, you know, there used to be an MLS book. Now it's go online. And it's unbelievable the shifts that have happened over the last few years, let alone, I mean, even few months. You just think back and how rapidly the technology is improving. And in order to live your freedom life, in order to balance your categories of life, there's so many tools. So we've talked a lot about team. We've talked a lot about people. We're going to talk more this afternoon about attracting the right people. But I want to talk to you a little bit more about stepping into your power, utilizing technology and tools to support you in your growth. And first thing I want to share, several of you yesterday, we told you we're going to talk about ChatGPT and some of the cool things it does for me. One morning, Leo and I talk every day, and one morning he texts me, it says, Andrew, I have something unbelievable to share with you. I can't wait. And I was so excited to hear what it was because I could tell he was pumped. And so he ended up we got on a call and he showed me ChatGPT, and I was blown away at the knowledge that the automation that can be done by that. We're going to show it to you because there's several ways you can use it in your real estate investing business and your businesses. Not only that, though, I want you to be thinking on a deeper level, how can automation change my business? As I believe it was Carmen said earlier, in every aspect of my life. Delegation, automation can work in any business and in your ventures and in your life. And that's what I want you to be thinking. So Leo's going to show you some really cool stuff on ChatGPT.
Yes, I am. Ready to go?
We're ready, brother. Welcome, welcome.
All right.
Did you have a good lunch?
It's actually 11:30 for me, so not lunchtime yet.
Ah,
I'm gonna go throughout the day and then I'll eat some lunch.
awesome.
But let's hop in. Can you see the screen here?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So the capabilities of ChatGPT are virtually endless. There's so many things that you can do. There's so many different questions that you can ask them to get the right type of outputs. But I want to show you how to use this amazing machine and what it could do for you and what it could do for you in your business. So let's just start with some examples. Okay. When I first started, it was, let me see. Give me an example of a script I can use to call a homeowner who wants to sell their home. So what starts to happen, it starts to auto-generate through artificial intelligence whatever you want it to. So right now it's generating me a script, right? Introduction. Hi, my name is Leo and I'm a real estate agent. It doesn't understand what you want yet. So it thinks I'm a real estate agent. Real estate agent with your company. I'm calling because I saw you're interested in selling your home. Is now a good time to talk about it. So it created this whole script for me that I can use for the introduction, for qualifying the lead. Look at this. Listen to the response and takes notes. Listen to the response, take notes. understanding the property, building trust, and closing. And it gave me a whole script in 30 seconds. Now, as I said before, it can produce you amazing outputs, but when you continue to ask questions, it produces even better outputs. Do not sleep on this, because this is going to be huge. AI is going to be a huge part of your life for the rest of your life. But most people just ask it one question and move on to the next. But I don't get satisfied off that. This is like a 10% output for what I want. So first of all, I'm not a real estate agent. So now make it for real estate investors and make it a little bit shorter. So sure, here's a shortened script you can use to call a homeowner who wants to sell their home to a real estate investor.
It's still not as smart at me, but it's it's a stupid thing to say. Hi, Bill, I'm a real estate investor.
Right. So now it can create the things that you've been needing.
It's brilliant. I love this, Leo. It's unbelievable what you showed me this can create in so many aspects too.
Absolutely.
Communication. You can literally put in, be like, help me communicate with so-and-so who's having a challenge understanding such and such. Their personality is X and mine is X.
Let's try that. Help me write a text to a home seller who's going through what's a big challenge that most homeowners go through before they sell.
Oh, let's see. Who's going through a time okay, I'm just going to say I'm talking to a human and you can rephrase it.
Okay.
Just had a tenant move out that partially destroyed the house and they're a tired landlord. Oh, Lynette said divorce. That's easier. Hey, Mr. Eddie. Good to see you, brother. I always, when I talk to a homeowner going through divorce, I always say, I'm sorry or congratulations. Which is it?
So now it creates a text for you. And what I'm trying to show you is that you can continually ask things. Make it 100 characters. Going through a divorce? Oh, that's funny. Going through a tough divorce? Let me help. Specialize in smooth home sales for difficult times. That's actually not a bad marketing line. It's funny, but it's like, wow, okay.
Oh, it's awesome.
Okay.
The scary thing, and I want to reference this because some of you guys probably think like I do. Like, I think it's kind of scary how smart AI is getting in a way. Of course, we've heard this if you've been watching the news, and there's challenges to be had with it for sure. There's two sides of this coin I want to mention to you, though. We get to use it for our benefit, number one, and figure out how to impact it for good. Because frankly, he or she who controls the AI is now controlling a lot of things. And it's kind of scary, except we can use this for our good massively. And the other side of the coin I want to mention is those of you who learn these things and know how to do these deals are going to be ahead of the curve. So utilize this to your advantage and also know that you're ahead of the curve. There will be people popping up who suddenly become geniuses in aspects because they have AI to write it for them and make them geniuses, except you and I know the actual knowledge and aren't just quoting what AI told us. So there's so many things that we can utilize this thing for to teach us better communication, write letters for us, write emails, write responses. Sometimes we'll go to respond to an email or send out an email or do something.
to for a situation, and I'll send it to Leo to proof. And Leo's brilliant. He's always been great at proofing and editing those things, except now he's got help. And so it comes back to me rewritten in easier to understand language or better or whatever it might be. So many ways to use this tool. Shoot, if you want to make strawberry cheesecake, you can ask it how to do it, and it will tell you.
Well,
Ask it how to buy a house subject to. See if it knows that yet. Oh,
well,
it tells you to hire a real estate attorney. It's smart.
it's pretty on point.
It is. Now, if you guys get this email from us that says how to buy a property subject to next week. No. Oh, this is fun.
But start thinking about how you can use ChatGPT into your life, into your real estate business, and simplify things. Because what an email that might take you 15 minutes to write, now you can have ChatGPT write for you in 30 seconds, and then you can make the edits afterwards. I'm about to sneeze.
Bless you. So when you go to write a letter to a seller, an email, title company, communicate, write a news article, there's a website that publishes you in various publications. And there's people I know who literally have ChatGPT to write their article on these things, edit it, add a little bit of them in it, and send it out to these articles, these places to get published. And it's very interesting the way you can use these tools and educate sellers and continue to put things out, where online and your website. I used to have to write articles for websites when I was trying to create my website. Shoot, now you can have ChatGPT write your article. There's so many cool things you can do with this, whether it be educating sellers, buyers, explaining things, responding to emails professionally, personally, communication, so many cool things you can do. So wanted to share that with you because I want, again, this to be a mindset that you're thinking in every aspect of life. How can I utilize the tools at my fingertips to make life easier, to make more money, to automate better? So as we delve in, Leo, are you, how you feeling? Not just sneezing.
No, I'm here.
Okay. Are you covering the 7 categories next, or are we covering attracting the right people next? And you have the schedule, I believe.
No, of course. Yeah, let's do the 7 whys, which is the purpose.
Yep.
The
I love it.
why we do things. And this exercise is going to help you guys better understand why you're doing what you're doing. And once we cover that, we'll dig deeper into those 7 categories and how you can benefit off each one. So what we're about to do, let me see if I can draw on a whiteboard.
Of course.
Virtual whiteboard.
I love this.
Collaborating, presenting. Can you see my whiteboard?
It's loading. Yep.
Okay. So this is called the 7 whys exercise.
This is good. I love this part. I love this part, Leo. Is that free? Eric asked. Yes. GPT is free. You can upgrade for $20 a month, and supposedly it's faster. Oh, thank you, Wayne.
Okay, so the 7 whys exercise is something that I want you guys to do with me. So I'm gonna give you guys 30 seconds to find a notebook. Hopefully you already have it in front of you. And you're gonna write this out with me. And you're gonna do this exercise with me because it's so important to dig deeper as to why we're doing things. So often we just ask ourselves why once, and we think that that is our quote unquote why, that is our purpose, that is the reason we're doing something. But there's 6 more layers, 6, 7, 8, 9 more layers that you can go through to really figure out the real reason why you're working out, why you're making calls, why you're doing this real estate business, why you're going out tonight. All of these reasons that help you not make the excuses. This is what's going to help you get up in the morning. This is what's going to wake you up and get you out of bed excited and ready to go. This is so important. So what we're going to do first is you're going to write down here, 1, what is your goal? What is your outcome that you want? You can put a timeline on it, 1 year, 5 years, 20 years, whatever the outcome it is that you want to focus on for this exercise, put it here. So let's just, I'll help you guys with an example. I want to make $30,000 a year through real estate. Okay. So guys, take your time and write down what it is that you want. Okay. So number 1, what is it that you want? I want to make $30,000. Oh, not a year. Excuse me, a month. That was scary. I want to make $30,000 a month through real estate, not a year. So what you're going to do next, you're going to ask yourself this question. Why? Why do you want to make $30,000 a month? Let's do this. Okay. So you ask yourself why, and then you'll dig deeper. Uh-oh, my drawing's not working. I like to be perfect when I draw, so I take a little bit longer.
Paper pen drawing is phenomenal artistic work, but the computer shaky thing's a little harder, isn't it?
It is. Okay, let me not try to be so perfect on here. Okay. Okay. Why do I want to make $30,000 a month through real estate? Is it because you want to travel? Do you want financial stability? Do you want respect? Figure out what it is that you want. So let's say I want to make $30,000 a month through real estate because I want to be able to provide for my family. Let's do this. Yeah, I want to be able to provide for my family and live a good lifestyle. Okay. So that's number 2. You've already gone down 2 layers as to why you want to make $30,000 a month in real estate. Right? Because now instead of just the reason you're doing real estate to make $30,000, the real reason is I want to be able to provide for my family and live a good lifestyle. But what happens is that most people stop right there and they use that as their reason. This is their purpose for why they're doing things. But let's do something. I'm going to ask you why again. Why do you want to provide for your family and live a good lifestyle? Now you start to think a little bit harder and you start to expand your mind a little bit. Okay, let's think about it. Why would I want to provide for my family? Is it because you feel an obligation to do so? Is it because you love your family and you want to feel more love from them? Right? So let's say I want to be able to provide for them because I want them to live a more free life with me so we can enjoy vacations and time together. All right.
This ties in so well with what we was talking about whether it be with a seller, ourself, or whatever. So often what we the surface thing we hear is not the actual need or desire as you drill down in. That's what this exercise does for us.
Absolutely. So now we've gone 3 steps further. Okay. The reason you want to make $30,000 a month is because you want to be able to provide for your family and live a good lifestyle. The reason you want to do that is because you want them to live a more free life with you so you can enjoy vacations and time together. Why do you want to live a more free life? Why do you want to enjoy more vacations and time together? Step number 4, you ask that question. And it gets a little bit more difficult as you go down and down and down because you start to really uncover the real reasons why you want to do things. So let's answer this. I want to enjoy more vacation time together because I want to feel, I want to have freedom and time with family makes me smile.
We can't see your screen now.
You can't see my screen?
You can see down to number 3.
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay.
So that's 4. We've gone down 4 layers deep. Okay, and then we can keep going. You ask yourself, why again? Why do you want to have freedom? And why do you want to have freedom time with family? Why do you want happiness? Why do you want freedom? And you ask yourself a little bit deeper. All right. Freedom makes me feel fulfilled. And what does freedom make you feel, Andrew?
Peaceful, joyful, free to give, impactful.
Freedom makes me feel fulfilled, impactful, and at peace. So I've done this exercise so much where I get to the feeling pretty fast. For some of you, it might take a little bit longer. It might take 7, might take 8. For me, it took 5. And you can go deeper. You can ask yourself even more of why you want to feel fulfilled, why you want to be impactful, why you want to be at peace. But I'm going to stop here just so I can explain what just happened here. Okay. So now you're able to see really why you're doing things. The reason you want to make $30,000 a month through real estate, in essence, is because you want to feel freedom, which makes you feel fulfillment, which makes you feel impactful, and which makes you feel peace. With that understanding, you wake up knowing that you're going after that fulfillment, you're going after that peace, and you're going after that impact rather than the $30,000. And when you could think 5, 6, 7 layers deep, it allows you to not make excuses. It allows you to continue working no matter what happens in your path. You have something to add, Andrew?
It's powerful. It's just so powerful because it gets down to the root, which is what actually we're going for.
So I want to zoom out because this is just one of the things, one of the goals that you have. But you can go so deep into every single decision, every single action you take, every type of hurt, type of trauma, type of situations going on in your life, and you ask yourself why 7 times, and you will always be able to get to the root of why you enjoy something, why you don't like something, why you don't like what someone said, why you're making the excuse of you don't have enough time, right? And you start to uncover all the BS of your excuses. And you also get to the deepest root of your purpose. So this exercise that we just shared with you is a superpower that you can take with you, right? Someone says they don't have enough time. Why don't you have enough time? Ooh, that's a whole thing to unpack for somebody, right? Because you'll realize at the end of the day, it's just because you don't want it bad enough, or that you're not motivated enough, or that really that goal doesn't provide this goal. You just don't want it. But you have to come clear with that reality if you really want to gain clarity and really want to achieve the goal, right? This goal is achieved through understanding really why you want it, because now you know what you're going to get. And also sometimes I did this with my roommates, and they've never done this before. And they realized that the reason this person wanted to create X company is because they didn't want to feel lonely. But what happens is that now this person thinks that he has to make $5 million a year and build a community of millions of people in order to escape loneliness. So now what I told him that he had to do was attach that goal of getting rid of his loneliness to something that's more attainable, to something that's within his daily scope of life. Because if he's attaching the fact of him removing his loneliness with having $5 million coming in a year and 1 million people in his community, he's always going to be chasing to remove the loneliness. And it's never going to happen. Because once he's there, he's probably going to feel more lonely because nothing really changes. And that's a whole nother conversation we go into. But guys, what I'm really trying to say is that this is one of the most important things that you can do for yourself, for your business, for your family, for your relationships, is by asking yourself why more times and more times over. So I know some of you are doing it right now, but you can take a screenshot of this because I'm about to put it away in 10 seconds.
8, 7, 6. That's good. And that's powerful, Leo, because it's amazing how many people live their lives pursuing the surface of the desire rather than the actual desire. You know, had you not done that exercise with your roommate, it could have been 10 years of him pursuing $5 million a year revenue, thinking that was it, except for this said, wait a second, that's not the thing. This is the thing. And that's one of the tools or one of the levels. And so I think it's very important as people of influence, people of wealth, people of impact, to have our confidence not tied to a dollar amount, because money can come and go, but to have our confidence tied to who we are and be built on that, because that can't be changed. We can change who we are, but someone else can't change it.
Of course. So let's dive into the next topic, next training. And I want to show you guys the process in which we use to hire the right people and hire a virtual assistant. So Andrew, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen in a moment. Probably going to sit down. I've been standing all day.
Awesome. Find you a nice place to sit, brother.
Yes. Right here. Okay. What have virtual assistants done for us in our lives, Andrew?
Well, I like to categorize it as 3 things. Of course, we can itemize the actual things. But number 1 is 80% of what you do can be handed off, and the majority of that to a virtual assistant. So that's the first thing. So organize my life. 2, for me, that's organized by Trello and keeping my to-do lists and all of that. It's organized by calendar, keeping my calendar in order. Number 2 is my social media is ran by one of our virtual assistants. And then number 3, the other part of that is to have them to declutter your mind. I was trying to decide how to say that. And here's what I mean by that. To declutter your mind, you ever been working out of a room that's totally cluttered? And your mind begins to clutter, and that happens. And I talked about making a list earlier, but sometimes we make that list, and then that list finds its way to become very long and to become cluttered again. And so having that virtual assistant to declutter your mind, to compile that, to keep that updated for you is huge. But that's kind of on the personal side. The virtual assistants also help us with book work, help us with social media management, help us with so many things. A little bit of training and understanding of what it is that you're wanting to accomplish, virtual assistant can take a massive, massive load off your plate.
So I'm going to share with you guys actually how to find these virtual assistants. And it's been amazing because these people, like, you find the right people who are so extremely smart, who some of them have PhDs in different countries, and who are just incredibly talented. And they're looking for remote work. They're looking for the ability to be with their kids and work from home. And we have the ability to do that. We have the ability to staff people who want to work from home, who want to work with an amazing company like us. And in the beginning, it's always a question of, can I afford it? Can I afford hiring a team? Can I afford hiring a virtual assistant? And I'll give this example. When I first started, my company's is I was working 14, 15 hours a day, doing all the little things, all the tedious things that I wasn't good at. That's why it took me 14, 15 hours. When I hired a virtual assistant to take off these things from my plate, first of all, they took my 14 hours that I was spending throughout the day to 2. So now I was only spending 2 hours of my day doing what I needed to do for the business. But my virtual assistant was able to take the other 12 hours, and they were able to get it done in 3 because they were just so much better at it than I was, and so much more efficient, so much quicker. So this is the mentality I want you to have with virtual assistants, that you'll hire people who are smarter than you, who are faster than you, who are quicker at you, but they don't want to be the one seat. They don't want to be the entrepreneur. They don't want to be the one taking the risks, or they want to just work with a company like you. And I want you to have that mindset, because as you create a company, as you're building this real estate business, being the one seat, there are people who want to be the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seat. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you can see it, Andrew.
Yes.
So what I'm about to walk you guys through is something we typically do a training on. And it is how to actually go through the process of hiring a virtual assistant. So Upwork.com is what we use to hire assistants. And it's incredible because you can find people from all over the world. We typically hire from the Philippines because we've been able to connect with them the best. So you click post a job. When you're here, it's going to give you a bunch of options to choose from. And it's almost like a survey. It'll just walk you through the process. And I'm just going to show you guys how easy it is. Okay, do you want them to be short-term or part-time work or longer term? For a virtual assistant, I typically choose longer-term work because most of our people who work with us for a very long time because they love working with us and we love working with them. So longer-term work. And I continue. So now let's start with a strong title, something that entices people, something that captures their eye. And what we typically do is virtual assistants, that word, that phrase is like a buzzword. It's a hotkey for certain countries, right? That's like, for me, what's a good example of where I was? I can't give an example. I'm very, very different.
But I want to point out what you're about to show them is pure gold. This is something that has brought so many amazing team members to our business that has changed our life, our world, our bookkeeping, our ability to get deals done, our ability to follow up, emails, respond. Like, so much support comes from this thing you're about to show everyone right now. It's huge.
Absolutely. I'm going to tie in. I'm going to do a little bit of a double whammy here. So let's have ChatGPT make our entire process.
Smart.
So write a title for your job post. Write a title for my Upwork job post. Hiring a virtual assistant for my real estate company. Real estate company seeking a reliable virtual assistant for administrative support. Cool. I like it. Job category is typically just general virtual assistants, and it'll auto-populate. These things are just getting smarter and smarter every day just to make our lives easier. Next, skills. Add up to 10 skills. What are 10 skills my virtual assistant should have when applying for this job? Note, they will be doing admin work, making calls, and communicating with title companies. Okay, administrative skills, communication skills. So administration, customer service, nope, time management, communication, email communication, phone communication, and then it gives you a few popular skills too. Data entry, file management, scheduling. I usually choose up to like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 5 to 7. Next, we're going to go into the scope. So it's going to ask you whether this is a large, a medium, or small project. For a company like ours, who's buying real estate every month, who will always have work to do, and we need someone a little bit more open, ready to work, ready to learn new things, it's a medium scope, right? Maybe for an education company, it might be a larger scope. How long will your work take? Again, we like to work with our virtual assistants for longer than 6 months, so more than 6 months. And then what level of experience will they need? And I typically, this right here, guys, will shift how many people you'll be able to interview and how many people come into and apply. I like to put entry because we do training. We train our virtual assistants. However, those of you who are a little bit more new, looking for someone who can even help you, teach you a few things, teach you a little bit about file entry, email communication, etc., then I would put intermediate. And you can find an expert who can, teach you even more. But let's put entry for now. And then, is this job a contract to hire opportunity? This means you'll start with a contract and maybe later explore a full-time option. Yes, we always give the ability to go full-time, the ability to go off platform, etc. Next is location. I always do worldwide and keep it open. If you want to do US only, that's fine, but it's only going to give you people in the States, and there's not a lot of variety there. And people typically want a lot more in the States than worldwide. Next is your budget. So I go the budget based off what the average, I find out what the average virtual assistant's getting paid, and then we add to that because we like to pay a little bit more. So, and it's going to be crazy to you guys, and of course in the States of what the hourly is, but most virtual assistants are being paid $3 to $4 an hour. So what we like to do is pay $4 to $6. We like to pay a little bit more and start them here and give them the opportunity to continue rising. So $4 to $6 an hour. So what does that look like on a monthly basis? Around $400 to $550. $400 to $550 a month. And you ask the question, if I'm able to take 8 hours a day and hand it off to somebody else, is that worth $500 a month? For me, it absolutely was, because that $500 investment that I made every single month produced me tens of thousands. That's what I want you guys to think about. Next is the description. This is so fun because I don't have to do it. ChatGPT will. Please make a description for this virtual assistant. Include responsibilities, roles, email communication, phone communication, sourcing leads, etc. Add in that we have training, add in that we have bonuses, and that we're a fun company to work with. Boom. Who thinks this is cool? I think this is cool. This is the stuff that excites me. I will now take this, just copy and paste it.
I think it's amazing because this work, there's two types of work. We'll talk about it in the next segment. There's now work and there's later work. This work, running an ad, won't get you a house bought in 3 hours, except it will do things that take things off of your plate for months or years.
Absolutely. So we have our description of our job, and I'm not going to go over this last part too in depth, but you're going to get maybe 30, 50, 60, 100 applicants for people who want to work for you. The way that we source through those is by adding a few prerequisites. And you're going to see that in just a moment. But we have something called Test Gorilla. Now, what Test Gorilla is, it's a personality test that every single person who you hire who wants to apply has to take. These 3 tools that I'm sharing with you right now, they're all free to use. Absolutely free to use. ChatGPT and all its amazingness and the questions you can ask it every single day, 24/7, is free. Upwork, to post the job, to get hundreds of applicants coming to you who want to work for you, is free until you hire them. Test Gorilla, this amazing, amazing product that I'm about to share with you guys, is also free to use. Okay. So I've had about probably 2,000 people who have applied to work for us in the past year. And we've only hired about 3 of them. But how are we able to source those amazing people, that those 3, 4 amazing people who wanted to work with us and who are continuing to work with us since that day, is because we had something called Test Gorilla that allowed us to source through the thousands of people who want to work. What you do is you create an assessment, and I'm not going to walk you guys through that process. You guys can go through that one on your own. You're going to copy the link. Let's just do this one. You're going to copy this link that it gives to you. Where do I do that? I'm a little bit lost. Here we go. Okay. You copy the link and you say, before applying, you must take this assessment. And you put the link here. And the next prerequisite is, once you have everything put out, you're going to add screening questions. These are questions they have to answer before applying. This is so important, guys, because if you don't, you're going to be going through hundreds of people who want to work for you, and you're not going to know anything about them until you interview them. There's a similar screening process that we do for real estate sellers, homeowners. Instead of the hundreds and hundreds of leads that we have, we source through the right ones who really want to sell, who are motivated, and we understand their problem. So when we call them, they're already ready to sell to us. So I'm going to give you guys the screening questions that I used that allow us to go through hundreds of people very easily. What is your availability? Preferred 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Good question. And 2 more. How would you describe your attention to detail? Share your experience working as a virtual assistant, if any. And then you can do a few scenarios as well, but these are the 3 most important ones. And those of you who already purchased the VIP, in the circle, there's actually a list of what questions to use, the interview questions, and a whole another training on this. So you can have this saved. Next thing I'll do is I'll just post the job. I'll post a job here. I'm actually not going to post it because we'll have 100 people who are hoping for a job that we're not going to do. So I'm going to save it as a draft. But I'll show you guys what happens when you actually have a post up. Uh-oh, I don't have a job right now. Well, I can't show you guys that part because we don't have we're not hiring right now. But what's going to happen is you're going to see hundreds of applicants who want to work for you. You're going to see their answers, and you're going to see their assessment answers as well. And it's going to show you the type of person they are. Let's go to someone here who's completed their assessment. So it's going to show you how extroverted they are, how agreeable they are, their conscientiousness, their emotional stability, their openness to experience. It's going to give you an entire summary of who they are. This person's upbeat and lighthearted, how they are at work, what's their best attributes, what's their main challenges. And it's going to just give you so much information on this person. And then you can invite them to interview. But this right here will change the scope of your business because you start to learn to take things off your plate and hire it out. That's when you start to build a culture. That's when you start to build a team. And for a lot of people, it's going to start with a virtual assistant or a virtual acquisitionist. Ta-da.
That's powerful, Leo. That is so amazing. And I love how that you delve into that detail. As everyone here that knows me knows, I have very little patience. And when you dig down into it like that, it shows people, not just the, oh, go find people here, go to this website, but it literally shows the nitty gritty of how we find them. And you guys can literally leave here today. And I remind you, this is just the free segment. It's 100x when you come spend 3 days with us. And yet you can leave here today. We're a couple hours from wrapping up, actually less. And after that, we have the VIP segment. So our VIPs are going to be coming and spending an hour with us on an amazing time in our Zoom world. A few of you, and we're going to be masterminding and having a good time together. And I want you leaving here today implementing the first steps of this knowledge. And that's why Leo goes into such tremendous detail in this for you so that you can get done with these calls. That's why Ron and I went into tremendous detail with deals yesterday so that you can begin implementing this stuff after today. You don't have to wait. You can literally run an ad tonight and could be interviewing you a virtual assistant the weekend. So let me see. It's almost 3:30. Make sure I'm staying on schedule here. Okay, cool. So we got about 18 minutes till our last break of the day. And I'm going to talk to you the last break of the day. We're going to be talking about automating fully, automate or die. And as we do come to that segment, I remind you that the very first thing that has to change for our world to change is for us to change. We must say, what I'm doing is not getting me the results I'm wanting in the capacity I'm wanting them. So it's time for me to make a shift. It's time for me to change my mindset and to begin to implement certain segments of knowledge that I have to create my freedom life. Becoming the person that attracts amazing people, but not just attracts them, but that amazing people want to be around. Something about what I call imposter syndrome. I see people who are amazing personalities, fantastic people, lovely people to be around, except it's almost as if they're afraid to attract the right people, because what if that right person finds out who they truly are? And by that, I don't mean that they're bad people. I mean that I've seen people, because I used to be one of them, who felt unworthy and was worried that I would let people down, right? Who was worried that I would, somebody would get close to me and they wouldn't, I wasn't as amazing as they thought. Those was things that used to go through my mind back before I stepped into my power and realized that there's abundance. There's more than enough. I can be amazing and you're amazing too. You being amazing doesn't take away from my being amazing, or vice versa, except we all grow together. And so when you are who you are and you do what you do, you can begin to attract amazing people. And my team will tell you that how you are, how Leo and I are on this Zoom, our community, our mastermind, and our AMP students will tell you that who we are on this Zoom is who we are in a more intimate way in the mastermind group. Our team will tell you is who we are in our team. And so what you see is what you get. I think it's very important for all of us, as we live in authenticity and step into who we are, build the cash flow of our dreams and build our dream life.
We must walk the path that we feel we were meant to walk. We live our purpose and give like we want to give and change lives, change the world one life at a time. Every one of us are walking different paths, and I'm grateful for the paths we're each on, because my mission is not the same as everyone else's, or everyone else's as the next person's. And so in order to really attract the right people, it's being fully who you are, being confident in that, knowing your vision, knowing your mission, knowing your purpose, and attracting the people who align with that. Serendipity. I remind you that in finding these people, when I say attracting the right people, I don't mean that Leo and I meet up once a year and randomly 400 people show up and beg to work for us. That ain't what I mean at all. I mean that as we run the ad, the right people come to us, as we pre-screen people, and some people do just come to us organically, online, in person, in other ways, and that's fine too. And so determine where it is you're headed. Take the proper daily action steps and watch the right people come into your world. Very important. Very important who you are in person, and it's very important. We ain't going to have time to cover social media in this event today, but it's very important who you are on social media to present who you are. So when someone goes to your YouTube or Facebook or wherever social medias you have, your Instagram, that they see you. They see that Mr. Transaction Engineer Eddie is a real estate investor, someone doing deals. They see each of us in our own power. And I remind you that as you grow your team, as you grow your portfolio, as you take daily action steps towards your objective, the world begins to change. There's really three things that comes down to in your real estate investing business. In the beginning stages, it's get leads, follow up, get contracts, as I've said, except as soon as possible and as soon as this weekend, I want you to add to those action steps or shift those action steps. Not only to have leads, follow up, get contracts, I want you to be pre-screening or connecting with potential team members. Who knows, your first acquisitionist may be someone you know already, and maybe just waiting for the opportunity. As real estate investors, as entrepreneurs, as CTGs, creative transaction geniuses, we are matchmakers. We're matchmakers. We're people who connect, solve challenges. Not every deal is a deal for me, except it is for somebody. And perhaps I can connect the seller with someone else and the buyer with someone else. And I help everybody win. As I told you yesterday, I want everybody who comes in contact with me's life to be better because they met me. When you live life in that way, your world begins to align. To attract the right people means to be specific. Communicate concisely. Be clear. Have a clear vision in your mind, because you can't portray what you don't know. In other words, when I come to an event, if I showed up at the 3-day event and I said, well, guys, it's good you're here. I guess we'll figure out what we're going to teach today. You guys would probably go, do what? Except that's not at all how it is. It's months of preparation. It's going, what feedback did we get from the last event that everyone loved? We always look for feedback. All right, from the last event, we got the feedback that half the folks said they would have loved to have also heard this. We begin to shift and we plan ahead because we're specific about where we are headed in that event. That's a 3-day event together that's to change your life. How
much more important for you when you're talking about the next 3 years or 30 years of your life to plan specifically, know the goalpost, the 7 whys. It was so powerful what Leo showed you earlier, because in order to get where you're headed, I don't want you just going, I want 100,000 a month. I want you going, I want 100,000 a month because I want to take care of my family, because that's what gives me freedom, because whatever that is for you. Know your purpose. Be a giver. To attract the right people, you must be fully who you are. I was a giver whenever I was flat broke. I remember making the decision at 21 years old. I was broke, hadn't encountered real estate yet. And I'm sitting in a meeting and they took up an offering for a family in need. And I remember sitting there being faced with the decision. For me, the decision that day was to give $10. And I mentioned that because being a giver is not always about the amount. It's about being who you are. And so to attract amazing people, you're amazing, regardless of whether you're sitting on 6 or 7 figures in the bank account or more, or whether it's really low. And I want you to be comfortable being who you are, regardless of where your financial status currently stands. Be an action taker. Be a winner. We can make money or we can make excuses, but we can't make both. Can somebody type in an amen? We can make money or we can make excuses, but we can't make both. Remember, as you step into your power, remember to be fully who you are, to not be afraid to cast vision. You are a business owner. You are a leader. Here comes the amen. I love it. I remind you, Lynette said it's time to pass around the offering plate. I love it. So remember, as you are building out your business, not to create a time-sucking, money-sucking, energy-sucking machine. You're building something that supports your dream life. If you are hustling, it's a season of hustle. Okay, when you're working hard and going some long hours for a few days, as long as it's a season to get you to your dream cash flow, don't let it become your way of life. When you live in your freedom life, time freedom, financial freedom, giving as much as you want, whenever you want, to whoever you want, traveling where you want, with who you want, staying as long as you want. That's the life I want for you. All right. So make sure that you are stepping into your power, developing the life of your dreams, because ultimately it's in your power to change it. It only takes a decision. When it comes to making a decision, many of you have made the decision. You've invested in the Pretty House system, gotten Ron's wholesaling system for free, and some other systems that he also threw in that are worth their weight in gold. Some of you have already invested in your ReLu tickets and the acquisitions system that you're going to get a head start before going to the event to start training your team. You're going to love those. I want you to know that while we work tirelessly to see your success, there's some things that happen when you have proximity. So as you have proximity, everything changes. Some of my students are on here and can testify to the fact that proximity is power. Somebody type in proximity is power. Proximity is power. I love it. Thank you, Russ. I would have typed it in, but I didn't know how to spell proximity. I'm joking. I knew how to spell it. I'm joking quite often about not knowing how to spell something because I was homeschooled, and I recently taught an event. My parents showed up for the first time ever. I said, crap, I got to quit my homeschool joke. My mom's in the room.
So proximity is power. As you step into your power, you sometimes need a hand to help guide you there. And so there is two things that we do, and it's not for everybody, but any of you who feel that it's time to level up your business and level up your life and work more closely and in hand with my team, with Ahmed live training your team, with my team, and access to myself and my team, and the calls we do and the growth that we create in our world, and being able to be a part of that. We're going to give you an opportunity. All you got to do is just message the hosts and just say, I'm interested. The investment levels are depending on what it is that you're looking to do. There's an $18,000 investment level. There's a $30,000 investment level. And what we do is basically it's by application only. So you would just shoot a private message to the hosts and the panelists, choose the hosts and the panelists, and say, I'm interested. I want to know more. And Leo or Paul would hop on a chat with you and understand a little more about you. Leo, go ahead and share a little bit more about what we do there.
Yeah. So what AMP is something we created because there's so much education out there. So much education. There's a world of education and the world of tools. However, something that we realize is that through college education, you're constantly learning. After that, you're learning, but we never actually learned how to implement in that process. Maybe college was 95% education, 5% implementation. So what we decided to create was this implementation for people, right? That real implementation where you start to do deals, you start to understand the whole process and take what you've learned over the past 5-10 years of real estate, or over the past courses or everything else that you've done in real estate to educate yourself. Now you start doing deals, whether you're looking for your first or you're doing 1 to 2 deals here and there. Now you start doing it consistently. So you start to be able to scale and get to your first deals at the same time and learn what it really means to implement, and have me and Andrew hold your hands through that process. And it's something that we created because we love to work with students and because it's how I learned. And I got my hand held through my first 7 deals with Andrew because I just had him as a mentor. So I said, Andrew, you've done this for me. I know I helped you lose weight. I helped you do all this stuff. You helped me buy 7 houses. How can I repay you for this? Right? How can we help everyone else around us? Because you've done this for me. I want to do it for everyone else. And he said, hey, let's create something for the students. Let's create something incredible so we can have that same type of growth that I had for the students. And that's when we created AMP, and that's when we created the mastermind. So type in the chat me if it's something you're interested in, and we'll reach out to you and we'll see if it's going to be a good fit. You can either private message it or you can put it out and just in the chat.
And I'll want to share this with you because many of you Asians have trainings, and some of you are already in my communities. I want to make mention that the way I look at it, you go through various real estate trainings and many of them work. There's massively successful real estate people out there from most any training that any of you have been through. I say you have a very, very powerful iPhone called your knowledge. It is the tools you have gotten from being a part of all the courses over the years. And to be a part of that is powerful. You have that iPhone, except when you're driving down the road, and that powerful iPhone that can send emails, get you deals, talk on the phone, connect you with the world, get you on Zoom, take you to where you're going, show you maps, all of these things isn't plugged in. It quickly dies. And what I like to say is Leo and I have created the power cord for your big, beautiful iPhone.
to help you implement, to grow and to build your business, to integrate team building, because ultimately we don't want you to live in the hustle life for the next decade. We want you building your freedom life. And that's what we want to help you do. For those of you who are fit, it's not a fit for everybody, but for those of you who are. So those who said you're interested, Leo or Paul will be reaching out to you, and we will see you back here in exactly 10 minutes going over automate or die.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome. Congratulations. You all are on here the last segment of the last day at a virtual event. And I commend you for that, because live events are amazing energy going both ways. And yet sometimes the virtual events are so impactful and so valuable, and I do my best to involve everyone. It's different though staring at a screen than it is being in the room with people. So I commend you for being here the last segment of the last day. I'd like to share two things with you. Write this down. What if it's easier than I'm making it? During the break, Carmen, one of our amazing friends and members in the coaching, texted me. Been helping her work a deal on a mobile home park, and she said that the deal that had been working fell through, except she had a better offer right behind it. And it was funny to hear those exact words, because people constantly bring me something that didn't work out, and I always say there's a better one right behind it. Go get the better one. And I love that mentality. I love how it works. I love that when things don't work out the way we thought they should, they can tend to wind up turning out better. Write it down. What I expect is what I get. During the break, I had posted earlier today on one of the breaks on my Instagram a picture. I posted a picture of me in this room right here, in what I call my studio, on a chair sitting here talking to you guys. And one of my mastermind members commented during the break and said, "That chair looks so uncomfortable." And it was funny because I want to use that as an example, because I don't know if you guys noticed, but I've been shifting a little bit today, literally because I'm so uncomfortable in this chair I'm sitting on. It's not really a chair, it's more of like a bar stool type thing that is not at all comfortable to sit on for 6 or 7 hours, except it didn't even dawn on me that it was so uncomfortable and I could change it. In fact, there's an adjustable chair. I didn't want to do it on break because I was afraid I'd mess up the flow and it might be a different height and stuff. But there's a chair 15 feet from me that is so comfortable, an office chair that is adjustable. And I literally could have went down and got the office chair yesterday, today, anytime, and had such a better time sitting here and been way more comfortable. Except it didn't even cross my mind till my mastermind member texted me and said, "That chair looks uncomfortable." And I mentioned that because that's what we do. It's what our community is about. And that's what automation is about, is somebody else looking and saying,
you have a better chair 10 feet from you. Why don't you move that chair here and be way more comfortable? I've listened to students do calls before, and I listened to that call and I said, we can sit here and we can do this call. You can do 100 calls and maybe get one deal, or we can make this shift. I can listen to your call. I've done thousands of calls, and I can make a suggestion. Why don't you shift this? Change this 10 feet from you, 3 words different, and all of a sudden you have a whole different result. All right. I mention that because what if it's easier than I'm making it? What if I could have been comfortable for 12 hours and it didn't even cross my mind to change chairs? So I sit here in discomfort, not even thinking that there's a better way. I was focused on delivering you guys massive value rather than thinking about the discomfort of this barstool thing. I mention that because the same thing happens in our business and our life sometimes. We will work our fingers to the bone trying to make this fix and flip work, when in reality we could sell it for a tiny profit, move on and do 10 wholesales and make 10 times the profit. We work our fingers to the bone wholesaling when we could ask a different question and buy the house on terms and turn it to cash flow, except we have to think about it. You guys are here. You've been with the trainings. You have the knowledge. Except how do we go from having the knowledge? I've sat in that chair down there hundreds of times. It's beautiful. It's comfortable. It's nice. But it didn't even cross my mind that that's there and I'm here. That's the way our life is sometimes. Automate or die. You're surrounded by amazing people. You're surrounded by people who are meant to be in your life. When you are who you are meant to be, you attract the right people. They come into your life and they come into your life at the right time and in the right ways, because you're living your purpose. Except when I was so low self-esteem and so low confidence, I was not living my full purpose. I didn't attract near as many great people as I could have, because I was afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid of failure, afraid to look stupid, afraid to be vocal about the opportunities and what happened to me, afraid somebody might think I'm trying to sell them something. And in fact, the greatest disservice I ever done to anybody was not giving them an opportunity to level up their life. I am sure glad that on that day in 2014, Ron LeGrand sold me something, because it changed my life forever. That's what I want for you. Find the right help. I didn't hire the right help for so long because I thought I can't afford it, until I said I can't afford not to. Automate or die. When it comes to automation, we have 2 options, and I titled it that, Automate or Die, because I want you to realize the seriousness of needing to automate. It's a shift of mentality. If you're ready to automate your business, type in the chat, yes. Get some yeses, get some good energy going here on the last segment of the last day. Yes, yes, yes. Keep them coming. I want to remind you that when it comes to automating, there's 2 ways to automate. Number 1, people. People can do what you do. Number 2, softwares, systems. There's certain things like calling sellers and negotiating deals that for the foreseeable future, humans will still be calling and negotiating deals. AI can text them and negotiate them, I'm sure, but there'll be some human interaction at least. So when it comes to some bookkeeping and various things, know that you're going to need to work with people. Also, When it comes to systems, processes, it's the same analogy as me sitting on this uncomfortable bar stool all day as it is the chair. And thank you, Jordan, for pointing out my uncomfortable bar stool is when it comes to systems, not only do we have to have the right knowledge, we have to have the right use of that knowledge. You know, I can give you some masterful softwares. I have Freedom Soft, I have different softwares and PropStream and Privy and so many cool softwares I can show you and tell you about, except we need to decide what our end objective is and what best serves that process, that purpose, what helps us get there, what helps us get down the path that we're attempting to get on. Automate means the right systems, the right softwares, the right people. I'm going to give you an example. I mentioned earlier who, not how. And I mentioned earlier there is two types of actions, now money and later money. If I get online and I post an ad, that's later money, finding team members who will bring me deal flow. A few years ago, I was dialing. I was getting the now money. I was calling and buying some houses. One day I went to a local staffing agency and said, I need an admin for my office. Willing to pay $14 an hour, put all the criteria in. I found somebody. She come to work with me. Going to the staffing agency was not now money. In fact, it took weeks for them to find the right person for her to come to get integrated. What happened, though, weeks later was now I had a person sitting in my office, and she would not only take care of a lot of amazing things like answering calls, returning calls, I would just have her, and any time she had off, to dial FSBOs and fill out lead sheets. So at the end of every day, I would have a stack of for sale by owner filled out opening call lead sheets tucked under my door. It's back when I was in the Evansville office every day. And something else happened. I said, text me a picture of every hot lead that you talk to. So every day I would have all the leads tucked under my door, but throughout the day, if there was a hot lead, she granted that was hot enough for me to need to talk to urgently, she would text me a picture of it. Now I would immediately call it. It was an hour or two spent one day with a staffing agency showing them what I needed that got me the help that got me tons of deals. Now later versus now money versus later money. Very important to differentiate, because there has been times where I needed now money and I could have hired 10 assistants to get me 1,000 deals, but I needed now money worse than any of that. That's where you are. Well, your action steps are going to be get on the phone and get a deal ASAP, get leads, follow up, get contract. Some of you, though, it's a great time for you to be stepping into your power and leading a team to success. In fact, even if you need now money, why don't you use your time getting now money as training for your team? Type it in the chat, duplicate myself. What do I mean by that? Duplicate your time. I'm always asking myself, when it comes to training the team, how do I duplicate myself? How do I duplicate my time? I'll give you an example. What I used to do is I would pick up the phone, I would call, I would buy houses, then I would go over to the office, and then I would have a training session with my acquisitionist and tell him for an hour how to buy houses. Then I got too much going on to be able to do that, and I realized that I needed to be smarter. Number one, if I'm going to call and buy houses, that's the perfect training. Two options. Number one, if I'm in the same location,
as my acquisitionist, then I'm going to meet up and we're going to call together. If I'm not, we're going to hop on Zoom. What if our schedules don't align though? Maybe my acquisitionist is part-time, working a full-time job and working with me part-time. Well, I have another option. I can hop on, I can record me doing calls, and I can send them to him or her. Say, here's the deals I closed today. Let's hop on a chat after you watched it tonight. All right. So how do I duplicate myself? How do I duplicate myself? How do I take what my team is doing? You know, my team is closing deals frequently. My office is running. That's why I built a community the way that we have, because we want to roll back the curtains and have you guys to see exactly how it is we operate and how you can duplicate it. So when you spend 3 days with us, you notice our team is working and doing deals, and we're exemplifying that throughout the 3 days. You know, those of you in the community, you see every week me teaching or closing deals. What happens is, as I close deals, as Ahmed closes deals, as the team closes deals, everything begins to shift. And before long, you're no longer a one-man or one-woman band out on an island and having a acquisitionist or dispositionist who's a one-man or one-woman band out on an island with you. Now you're part of a team of people closing deals, sharing wins and sharing gratitude, sharing successes and sharing what didn't work out. Every no is one more closer to a yes. I'll remind you that as you build this business to meet your needs, it's time for some of you to step into your power, to get the help you need, and to empower others. If something changes the moment you step into the room, no longer as the newbie student, but as the business owner. So, well, I ain't done a deal yet, or I've only done a deal or two. That's okay. You have the knowledge. You now share that with your acquisitionist and you learn together. My first acquisitionist come on, I was 22 years old. I sure as heck wasn't qualified to teach him, except I said, well, let's call some sellers. I didn't know how to have a teaching segment. Shoot, I didn't know how to teach a class or do anything except we sit down. He watched me call sellers, and next thing I know, he's bringing a signed contract saying I got one. It's like, okay, it worked. Some is better than none. So how do I duplicate myself and my time? So if you think time is a challenge, you need help. If you think you don't have time to train the team, you need help duplicating your time. You're already doing the crap you're doing. So how do I showcase what I'm doing to someone else? And of course, more importantly, what we've put together, us training your team for you. That's the whole objective. We want your team to be succeeding at a new level. We want your team to be plugged in, understanding how the business operates and grows and how that they can reach their objective by helping you reach yours. Has to be a win-win-win. For buying a house, needs to be a win. For working with a team member, everybody must win. So when it comes down to automating your business, picking the right people and picking the right softwares, it really comes down to this. As my friend and mentor Ron often says, the less I do, the more I make. I'll give you an example. Often I work with people who have cold callers. Cold callers calling hundreds and hundreds of sellers. Sometimes they have follow-up specialists and people who, after the VAs call and call hundreds of sellers, and then the hundreds of sellers get narrowed down to dozens and dozens of sellers. And then after the dozens and dozens of sellers get sent over, and now you have follow-up specialists and you have appointment setters and you have all of these different people involved in getting a quality lead to you, the business owner, or to your acquisitionist to close the deal. Nothing wrong with that model. It works. I see people making massive amounts of money with it. Except My model is a little different. I said, how do I hire someone to weed through all the crap without us, my team, without myself, my team, having to run a team, a sales floor, a call center, a virtual assistant floor, or a team of 5, 10, 15 people to follow up on all this crap. So we have third parties. We have some high quality leads we pay more money for that come to us that are very high quality. And we have others that are mailings and such that are all pre-screened, all called through, all followed up with for up to 2 years. They don't even come to us. They don't even come to my acquisitionist until the virtual assistant and the team on the other side of the thing that is paid just by us. We write a check and they run the floor. Says, hey, this person is qualified to talk to your acquisitions manager. They've given us a reason to believe they want to sell to you either for cheap cash or payments over time. That's how, on average, every 10 or so people I talk to, we buy a house, depending on the month and the source and all that stuff. So I want you to be asking yourself that. How do I do this in an easier way? How do I duplicate myself? How do I duplicate my time? How do I train? I'll give you another example. When it comes to CRMs and softwares, that is not my strong point. So I have two options. I can take my valuable closing time. I don't know a better termed closer than me. I can take that time and I can go learn the softwares and I can learn how to update CRMs and keep stuff up to date and do all that stuff. Nothing wrong with that. Not my cup of tea, but I could. I do know that when I'm on the phone with a seller, I'm at the office and I'm logged into all that stuff. I do know how to change the status of it and the basic things, it takes me 30 seconds. So I have no challenge about that. It took me 5 minutes to learn. The nitty gritty, the deep, the back end stuff, I don't know. I don't care to know. So I have a challenge. I don't know always how to update everything. I don't know how to fix things in the software. So I can take hours and learn. I have no doubt we can learn whatever we send our mind to. Or I can say, wait a second. What if I have an assistant? I don't want to wait till I get to the office to call to update the CRM. I don't want my acquisitionist wait until he gets to the office to call. We got a hot lead. Let's close the darn thing. Let's contract it. CRM or no CRM. Take action now. That's a GTFM culture, by the way. Somebody type it in the chat. GTFM. Get the freaking money. So what happens is what if my acquisitionist, what if my assistant, what if we train my assistant to update the CRM? Now I'm driving. Now my acquisitionist is driving. And there's a hot lead come in from an expensive paid lead source. And I said, hey, Siri, text my assistant to update lead on X street, X time, X whatever. Talk to seller such as follows. Appointment set, contract going out, agreed to terms, discuss this, follow up, whatever the case may be. Now I can be driving. I can be sitting at the coffee shop. I can be in a hotel. I can be wherever. And in 2 seconds, an audio message, a voice to text, a whatever, it can be sent to my assistant and he can update the CRM. Never have to think about it again. It's already done. Complete. Maybe it's a contract to be sent out. I contact my admin and they say, ABC, X price, X terms, X whatever, X seller, X buyer. Please fill out the agreement and send it over. Boom. Minutes shows up from the online signing software into my email and the seller's email. How do I duplicate my time to train those things? I show somebody how to fill out a contract 3 or 4 times on my team, and then it's probably going to be able to be done without me. I'll just review it before it's signed. Show an acquisition, or excuse me, a
assistant how to update the CRM. Now the next 100 deals, they can do it without me. So how do I think in duplication? How do I no longer think I've got a long list of crap to do? In fact, I challenge you. Let's do a poll. If you have an assistant, say yes. If you don't have an assistant, say not yet. I definitely did not just hypnotize you to hire an assistant. Okay, not yet, not yet, not yet. All right. Almost. All right. Here's what I want for you guys. When you make your to-do list, you're writing out things that you need to get done or have done. In fact, I'm going to give you a automation secret right now. Next 3 days, 3 working days, whatever that is for you. Every 15 minutes, jot down in bullet points what you did the last 15 minutes. I'm getting ready to show you guys how to change your life with automation right now. Everything you did in the last 15 minutes, 3 days. Now I want you to go back, take an hour at the end of the 3rd day, the 4th day, morning, whatever. Take an hour and look through that. I'm going to have you to label. You can have 3 letters. A, M, S. You're going to go through what you did every 15 minutes, and you're going to put an A or an M or an S beside each one. A means I could have had an assistant done it if I would have had them trained. S means I could have had systems or software do that. For example, when Ahmed hangs up with a seller and schedules an appointment to tomorrow at 4 p.m., Ahmed or the assistant can go in and through a texting app, put in to text that person tomorrow at 3 and remind them and send them their code and do all of that stuff so that tomorrow at 3 p.m. they're getting a text, they're getting the code to the house. At 4:30 p.m. they're getting a text or reminder, and Ahmed's getting a text on his phone, call the seller or the buyer and check up on them. All that can be done in a matter of minutes. That's systems. Assistant, scheduling crap on your calendar, taking stuff off your plate, doing bookkeeping, inputting records, updating QuickBooks, whatever it is that you use that you need, assistant that could be doing that for you. And then M, me. M for me. That's stuff that you actually should have been doing, which is, by the way, almost nothing. That whole list, I guarantee you 80+% of it will have an A or an S beside it if you're honest with yourself. There's very little on the list in the next 3 working days that you should have been doing. Why? Your whole job as a business owner is to focus on revenue. Focus on revenue for the company and building your dream life. The hardest thing for me to do as a business owner was to realize, I remember in 2014, bought a house and I was going to fix and flip it. And I went out there and was working with the guys. We was tearing out the wall. We was working and we was putting the electric and helping this and doing that. And we was working and I'm leaving because I have like 5 leads to follow up on. And I'm like torn inside. I felt I was doing such a massive disservice to my construction family, the people who was working on the house with me, because I was leaving to go get on the phone instead of working. That was my mindset. That's how screwed up my mindset was. And so I'm guilt shaming myself into sitting at this house and working and holding a hammer on this property because it's what I knew and it's what I had always known and I was good at it, rather than leaving the house to spend 25 minutes on the phone closing another deal that pays everybody. Except that's self-sabotage. How many times do we do that in other things? And mine's an extreme example because it's rehabbing the property. And I hope none of you are rehabbing your own properties. But what happens is we do the same thing in other aspects. We're figuring out our own CRM crap. We're building this and we're working on that. We're organizing this and we're updating our records and we're bookkeeping and we're doing everything except focusing on revenue. And as soon as possible, frankly, you should have an acquisitionist getting contracts, following up, and getting the leads. So you can literally do nothing but be the business owner. Work on it, not in it. It's not that there's nothing for you to do on the business. It's that most of us as solopreneurs or entrepreneurs in the early days do all the crap we shouldn't be doing. Hardest bridge to gap is from the beginning to that automation because the stuff has to be done. We believe we can't get help or aren't sure how, yet we see someone over here who has the help and who's doing it automated and we want to be there. But yet, how do we get from here to there without getting all caught up in the weeds every day? The answer is there's not a perfect path. Duplicate someone who is closer to there than you are and copy what they've done. When that happens, your world will begin to change. It's a mixture. Finding the right people, the right systems, the right softwares. It's the fact of networking and always being around people who take you closer to where you want to go. As you are building this business, remember, it's a business to support you, not a business to suck up your time and for you to support. I remind you that every moment you work in the business rather than on it, you are doing yourself a disservice, the business a disservice, and your entire team and family a disservice. Because every moment you're spending in the business rather than on it is a moment that you're not being the business owner to cast the vision and carry that on and live your purpose. So find someone or someone's, the right people who can be a part of the business, who can join you and making sure that you are building the business that is sustaining, self-sustaining, self-growing, and very, very profitable. Good deals are key. Don't get focused on emotionally caught up in some deal that's a load of crap. Takes up so much energy, focus, time. Something I want to do is, as we come near the end, we have about 40 minutes left until we end this day. I am going to take some questions and answers before we do. So type your questions in. Remind you to do what you do best and hire others to do what they do best. When it comes to doing what you do best, well, only you know what that is. What's your favorite thing to do in the business? I challenge you to take notes. The next 3 days, I mentioned, write down every 15 minutes what you're doing, and that way you can go through and correct it. I also challenge you to write down in your notes. There's one more actionable I want you to take. Make sure that you are surrounding yourself by like-minded people. Guys, it's so important. So important. Make sure you're surrounding yourself by like-minded people. Determine your environments you can be in, where there are quality people who are like-minded, who are going to encourage you to get where you're wanting to go. Rather than the people who discourage you, tell you it ain't good enough, it ain't real, it ain't whatever. Get around the people who encourage you. Get around the environments where you're the one of the poorest people in the room. Always look around, and then I tell people, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Get in rooms where there's smart people, wealthy people, balanced people, people that are ahead of you in some of the categories of life that you want to emulate. You know, I have spiritual mentors, business mentors, financial mentors, health and fitness mentors, mentors in multiple categories of life. And what I found was every time I've made a massive step to level up my investing in myself and which is leveling up who I'm surrounding myself by, my life has taken a major, major jump. Everything changes when we begin to change. I remind you that when you step into your power as the business owner that you are, and you begin to get help, people get on board with your vision. People get on board with your mission. I used to think that everyone was solely money motivated, and I quickly realized that culture is key. Yes, I love my team making great money. That's obviously very, very important. And the culture we build and the massive amount of training and value we give them is also playing a massive factor in attracting the best people. So much more to it than just write a check. It's the culture. It's the stepping into your power as the leader that you are. It's the helping other people reach their goals by helping them help you reach your goals. Be a CTG. To be creative in every aspect of your life is to serve you well. I don't care if you're in the car business, the loan business, the boat business, the RV business, the restaurant business, the house buying business, whatever business you do, to be a CTG will serve you well. To be a CTG means that you look for the opportunity and look for ways to solve the challenge. As you solve the challenge, you get paid in comparableness to the size of challenges you solve. I encourage all of you that as you are business owners and you're attracting the right teams and you're focused on building your wealth and the wealth of those around you to operate in abundance, remind yourself that what you put out is what you get back. What you reap is what you sow is what you reap. How you give is how you'll be given to. As you begin to live those principles, be fully who you are and attract the right people and walk in abundance, your world begins to change. I think it's very important for all of us to determine what it is we want and why, and go after that. For a long time, I was satisfied to settle. I don't want any of you guys being satisfied to settle. When it comes to settling, that means too often we accept a life less than what we were designed for. Less in our relationships, less in our relationship with God, less in finances, less in business, less in wherever or all aspects, less in health and fitness, less in our fun. It's very important, because what we accept is what we get. What we accept is what we get. I'm going to let that settle in. It's very important to realize that as a business owner. Write this down. Culture of excellence. So important to true automation. See, Russ and Amanda asked, which personality tests do you like on Test Gorilla, Leo and Andrew? That is a great question. And without having them in front of me, I do not remember. So I will get you that answer, though. That's an awesome question. And part of the answer is, I know it depends on the role. Depends on what I am hiring them for. I'll give you a couple examples. in our culture of excellence, I mentioned earlier, we have to be a team player. If I'm looking for an admin, I want someone who is going above and beyond, someone who enjoys the work of an admin. Whereas in my acquisitionist role, I want somebody who's outgoing. Quite often, someone who's disorganized is what that comes with. That sure is something that I can have challenge with is staying organized, except we get stuff done. So I'm okay with my acquisitions being disorganized. If I need to get him admin and help or her admin and help, then that's fine. We'll just get them help and help them stay organized. So we find the gateway to the income, revenue for the company, and then we support that person, that role. I want you to set accountability. In our culture of excellence, it's a very, very key that we encourage our team to step into their power. And when I say accountability, I think it's very important to set expectations clearly. And our team holds themselves to a very high standard. We don't like halfway anything. We want to be the best of the best. We don't compare ourselves among ourselves. We don't go, well, we got these leads for 126 a piece and somebody else is paying 136, so we're doing good. No, you can always do better. We're closing 1 out of 10, somebody else is closing 1 out of 20, we're good. No, we can do better. A culture of excellence, always improving. Culture of excellence, we don't allow for complaining, whining, negativity, or excuses. We solve challenges quickly and move on. There's a challenge, we address it. We don't dwell on it. Spend enough time on it to understand it and fix it. There's not a solution. There's no reason to dwell on it. Make sure that as you grow your team, grow your company, grow your portfolio, that you have automated in such a way that you're not building a beast that surpasses you, but an amazing business that outgrows you tremendously as you lead. I find it amazing. They say if you put a lid on a jar of fleas, that the flea that has a 36-inch jump, if I remember correctly, it's very high, whatever the jump is, will jump, hit their little flea heads on the top of the jar lid, you probably have heard, until finally they adjust their jumping to go almost to the lid because they get tired of getting whacked. They say, though, that if one day you take that lid off, that the fleas are so adjusted to jumping only at that height that they will continue for the rest of their life to jump at that height. And what's more is because of that, as their baby fleas only ever jump to that height because they believe that is normal. I said that because so many times I think many people have different expectations than normal. I've met kids who thought it was normal to constantly struggle financially and even be hungry sometimes in very sad situations. And then on the other side, you see a kid that was raised in a family of wealth, and they think flying private jets is normal, and that's their reality. And that for the very poor side, the kids there, that is their normal. And for the wealthy side, that is their normal. Except what if we are able to do so much more than we believe we are, except we're just living our normal? What if there is right now 3 amazing people praying for you to come into their life? Maybe they don't know it's you, except it is. Praying for the opportunity to meet their family's needs better, to provide better for their family, to do more, to make more money, to be a part of a extended family for you. And it's up to us to be the leaders that we are called to be, to fulfill that role, to attract the right people, to provide opportunities, to provide massive value, to
everyone we come in contact with, everyone's life should be better because they met us. My prayer is that for myself and all of you, that everyone who comes in contact with each of us lives becomes better. I remind you that in the last nearly 10 years of doing this business, there's ups and downs, ebbs and flows. But there's one thing that remains, and that's relationships. You know, relationships is key. In fact, I still have tremendous relationships with most of my past acquisitionists who for various reasons have moved on and doing other things, but we have tremendous relationship. We do that because communication is key. Being clear up front, making sure there's no misunderstandings. I remind you that as we grow, something happens. We either get comfortable being uncomfortable, or the case we don't, we stagnate. So I remind you to step into your power, to understand what it is you are living, what it is you are building, and to build it fully. Ask yourself why, ask yourself what you need to do, and step into that power. All right, so there is 3 more things we're going to cover before we wrap up tonight. We have about 25 minutes left as we come down. Oh my goodness, what an amazing 2 days this has been. If you've enjoyed this so far, and we ain't done yet, type it in the chat, yes, or love it. Love it, or yes, or both. Good stuff. All right, so my objective for you, I'm glad you're loving it. This is so fun. My objective for you is to be able to automate your business, to step into your power, and to live your freedom life. All right. So 3 final things I'm going to share. Number 1, I want you to take notes. Take daily action. Write it down. Action toward what? For all of you, that's different. Some of you, that's calling sellers. Some of you, that is finding your acquisitionist. Some of you, that's finding your assistant. Take daily action. Number 2, be clear on outcome. That probably should have been number 1. Be clear on outcome. What my desire is for you to get so focused and crystal clear on where you're headed and what you want your end result to be, that to have anything else other than that is totally not normal to you. I want it to be normal for you to have 6-figure months from your automated business, 7-figure years. I think it's weird if you don't. I read something or heard something recently, and somebody said, if you want to be a millionaire, quit hanging out with folks who 6 figures is a good year and start hanging out with folks that 6 figures is a bad month. Thought that was good advice. And I mention that because in order to do that, we must have a mindset shift. Be clear on your outcome. Whatever your outcome, desired outcome is, be clear on it. You can't cast a vision you don't have. One of my health drinks. Thirdly, get out of your own way. What do I mean by that? Be okay with change. Be okay with getting out of your way. Be okay with the change that comes with growth. Get comfortable being uncomfortable.
I've never left a 10-minute workout at the gym thinking that was an amazing workout, man. I'm really building the muscle. No, 10-minute workout is a comfortable workout to me, right? 10-minute workout, a couple push-ups or a couple setups or something. When I really, really feel I got a good workout is when Leo goes to the gym with me and I'm there for 90 minutes and he's pushing me to do workouts I've never done before. And I leave there knowing that I'm sore and I'm going to feel it, except I know it was a good workout because it means growth. It means weight loss. It means muscle building. It means whatever. Same goes in business. You can make a call a day. You can do what's comfortable. I want you to get comfortable being uncomfortable. I want you to be okay setting a big vision and attracting the right help. Help is key. Get the help you need. You will never grow past yourself without help. I shared with you the same people who made fun of me for going to seminars are the same people who still running the same size and same type of business they was running in 2014 when I started and was broke. And it's because they choose to not invest in themselves and further themselves. But those of you who continue to further yourself, your growth, your education, and your circle, most importantly, though, yourself, highest return on investment I've ever got was when I invested in myself. Bet on yourself. If things are not where you want them to be, change them. Look in the mirror. I'm all about positive self-talk. You look amazing. You look fantastic. You all of these good things. You're powerful and strong, and you're a good negotiator, and everybody loves you, and all of these wonderful things. Except sometimes we got to look in the mirror and say, you got to change. As we do that, I'm not talking about being mean to ourselves, being negative with our self-talk. I'm just talking about being real. I've been here for the last 6 months, 12 months, 3 years. Other people have come through the same things I've come through and are doing well. How can I do better? This has been an amazing 2 days that we've spent together. Man, how time has flown. Feels like we just started. Feels like I've been sitting on this uncomfortable chair for only a few minutes. As we come near the end, I remind you that it's not the knowledge you gained alone that will change your life. It is what you decide to do with it. It is whether you decide to take action, get out of your way. What do I mean by get out of your way? I mean, decide that you need help and that you are going to get help. You're going to build the team. You're going to make the call. You're going to get the VA. You're going to hunt the acquisitionist. You're going to attract the right people. You're going to work on yourself. You're going to invest in yourself. You're going to hang around the right people more than you ever have before. When you make the decision to change, we get out of our own head and we get out of our own way, our world begins to change. Too many times, it's easy to let our normal overtake us because normal is comfortable to us. It's what we've always known. It's comfortable. It's comfortable to stay in the place where we've always been. You know what's uncomfortable? Getting out of our comfort zone. What's the comfort zone for you? The comfort zone for you, just working a decent job, being retired, good timing. What's your comfort zone? What's your challenge? How do we help you overcome that? What's your comfort zone that holds you back? Is it believing that you have to do everything yourself or believing you have to get a certain amount of deals before you get help? What is your comfort zone? Is your comfort zone not talking to enough sellers? Not talking to enough potential acquisitionists? Not talking or not being comfortable running an ad to get a virtual assistant? Determine your comfort zone and get out of it.
The only way we expand past where we are is to do what we've never done. Type it in the chat. A new thing. A new thing. 21 years old, I was in Belle Rive, Illinois, just outside of it, 35 acres, little town of 400 people. That was my comfort zone. Everybody knew us. We was the Schlags. Everybody knew the Schlags. My uncle Rudolph was a well-known Baptist preacher. The moment I said my last name to nearly anybody in any of the little towns around us, I mean, 80% of the time, oh my goodness, are you related to Rudolph? The interesting thing was, though, that when I broke out of my comfort zone and I wound up not beginning to buy houses in another town because, there wasn't a lot of real estate in my big city of 400 people. I began to buy houses in Evansville, Indiana, where nobody knew me. It was out of my comfort zone. I didn't have connects. I didn't have, when I said my last name Schlag, nobody knew who that was. It was out of my comfort zone. It would have been comfortable. It was comfortable to stay there, except things got so uncomfortable. Sometimes, at least in my experience, I guess I've just been thick-headed sometimes, but things have gotten very uncomfortable in my normal comfort zone in order to push me out of it. Thank God it did. Because that discomfort began to change my world. The inability to do what I'd always done caused me to have to do something I had never done. We can wait for challenges and hard times, but wherever you are, it's time for a change. It's time to get out of your comfort zone and get to the next level. To get out of our way means we no longer accept what we used to accept. We have a talk with ourselves and we say, things are not going to be the way they've always been. I'm determined to make a change. From this day forward, things will be different. From the time I wake up, my morning routine will be different. My bedtime routine will be different. The events I attend will be different. The people I hang out with will be different. In other words, we're being much more distinct and planned and calculated about our life. We only get one of them, so make sure we live it well. Be around who we want, growing to the level we want to change the lives that we desire. So, as we are nearing the conclusion of today, I challenge you, make a change, determined to become different. Do something different than you've ever done. Many of you who've seen me, follow me on Facebook, YouTube, and various places. Any of you that aren't, you should. Leo too. Leo puts out some really good stuff. But I want you more than that to have taken away from this the ability to begin attracting the right people, taking the right actions to build your dream life. So there is 3 things you can do. Number 1, many of you are already in our community, our mastermind, or our acquisitions mastery program. Some of you are not yet. And what's going to happen is we're going to end this in 13 minutes. We're going to see some of you over on the VIP session. We're going to have an amazing time over there. And you have 2 options. Number 1, you can take this knowledge and begin to put it to work. I'm okay with that. If you send me a picture of a check next month and say, I got this deal or I got this acquisition, that's a success to me. Except I know how important community, help, team building, and network is. And I think it's vital that you're a part of one. So the last segment of the day, I'm going to remind you that we have 2 tiers that you can be a part of with us. apply to be a part of. It's not for everybody. And we've developed them specially for people who are ready to take action. If you're not someone who can take action or advice, then frankly, it wouldn't be for you. For those of you who are ready to level up your life and business, it'd be worth a quick chat with the team to see if you're fit. And the first tier is $18,000. It's called Acquisitions Mastery Program, where we train your team for you. We do a lot of amazing things in the community there, and we have a great time together. Amazing people in there building their teams, building their businesses, like-minded. And tier 2 is a $30,000 investment. It is called Freedom Life, and it includes everything in tier 1 plus. We also work together in person at mastermind retreats twice a year and do lots of cool stuff together. So either of those, there is a few slots open. And like I said, it's by application only because it's not for everybody. And I'll be fully transparent with you. We turn down more people than we let in. And don't let that stop you from applying, because we have a lot of winners and action takers on here. And any way we can help you level up your life, we want to. So as you grow, I want to remind you to take daily actions toward your objectives. For those of you who want to chat from the team, I'm going to ask this before we wrap up. For those of you who want to chat from the team, I know 2 or 3 of you already reached out, maybe more earlier. I wasn't watching the chat very closely, but Leo or Paul probably either has or is reaching out to you. Anybody else typing in the chat interested? And the team will reach out. Isaac asked, what was your major in college? You're a great speaker. Thank you, Isaac. I actually didn't go to college. I graduated high school. I am a preacher's kid. And so I was speaking from a young age as a teenager, and I did have low confidence and struggle with it. Yet I did, as a teenager, was inspiring other young people and had a fun time doing that. And then as I grew, I did take in high school speaking courses, and then I stepped into my speaking career here. So I don't know, just learning, surrounding myself by amazing people and having great mentorships. But I appreciate the compliment. All of you can be more of who you want to be, all with a minor change. All with a minor change, you can be more of what you want to be. I challenge you to make a change. The only thing we're going to do to get a different result is to do different things than we've already been doing. Now, as you do this, as you invest in yourself, as you grow your business, as you take action on these last 2 days that you've heard, many of you are going to be spending 3 days with us in August, and we're excited to have you there. It's going to be even funner and deeper than this. As we wrap up today, I challenge you with 3 things. I spoke earlier to take daily actions, to be clear on your outcome, and to get out of your own way. Most importantly, as you do these things, make sure that you are taking the right action. I've seen people take such massive action, but on the wrong things and get nowhere. Shoot, I was one of them for a time. It's taking massive action, but not toward my objectives. It wasn't getting me to where I wanted to go. I want you to be clear on your action. And you can only be clear on your actions when you're clear on your outcome. There's so much more I want to share, and it's hard to know which piece to cover here in this last segment, because there is a lot more that I could jam pack and teach to you should time allow. So instead, I want to just inspire you. I want to inspire you to write out your mission. Write out your message. Write out your objective. What is it you want to accomplish and by when? And write it out as if it were already done. Below that, I want you to write out who you need to become to accomplish that. For example, it might be, I am a powerful speaker. I am a motivator. I am a connector. I am generous. I am giving. I attract amazing people. And as you write these things out, determined to become more of that person. There's two more things as we inspire you, but I'll tell you what I want to do as I inspire you. We're getting ready for the VIP segment for all of you amazing VIPs. Congratulations. Type it in the chat. Congratulations, VIPs. A bunch of you, several of you had invested in the VIP upgrade. So wise choice. You're going to love it. But I want to bring my brother back. Leo, if you are with us, I believe he's here. Hello. Welcome back, brother.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So excited to inspire them as we wrap up the day and prepare for the VIP segment.
Absolutely. But can we get a virtual round of applause for Andrew for being on for 6 hours straight? Speaking, inspiring, teaching. Just amazing. So little round of applause for you.
Thank you.
Of course.
Time.
As everyone writes down their goals and their objective, when we hop onto the VIP call, we will go over with each of you what that blueprint looks like. So it's going to be a great call coming up in about 5 minutes. But how do you want to wrap this up?
So inspire you guys with the takeaways. Leo, if you had to bullet point in 2 takeaways what the last 2 days is, what would it be? And then I have 2 things I'll share.
That is a tough one. But what instantly went through my mind is ask yourself the right questions.
That's good.
Really, that's the main thing. Ask yourself the right questions and get the right help.
Good. I like that. Very important. And I would say it is also, to overlap what you said, ask great questions and become who you need to be to attract the right people. Very, very important. So vital. And it's amazing because some people experience the same amount of growth in 40 years as someone else does in 40 days because of their ability to accept information and apply it. You know what some people take 50 years to do, others take, I don't know, a year or 2 because of their application of the information. That's the difference. The information can be the same, but the application can be different and can make such a massive change. And that is dependent on who we are as individuals and who we become. And the amazing thing that is such a gift to us as humans is the ability to never stop growing. We can always be learning, gaining new knowledge. Any thing else you want to add before I wrap up with a prayer?
No, well, actually, yeah. Focus on the implementation, guys. The education's there. You have what you need. This business is pretty simple. So focus a majority of your time implementing the things we taught. And if you need help with that, that's why we're here. That's what we do, is we help you implement. I've reached out to a lot of you already, and a lot of you, we will be reaching out to you, having a conversation, seeing where you are. But we just genuinely want to help. A lot of our students are here with us already, who have invested in themselves, and we've helped tremendously. And we want to help do the same for you if you feel it's right for you. But that's why we're here, and we help you implement. So let's do enough with the prayer.
Absolutely. And thank you to my amazing brother and partner. Thank you, Leo. It's always special doing these events with you, one of my closest friends. And thank you to the rest of the team. such a tremendous team running everything behind the scenes, making us always look amazing. So thank you. God, thank you. You're amazing. And you're just so good to us. It makes me smile, the fact that I get to spend 2 days with these amazing people, sharing a little bit of the growth that we've experienced over the last near decade now in this journey together. And thank you for my partner. Thank you for my team. Thank you for my extended family, my amazing community that we're surrounded by, and just the people we continue to attract. I pray for your blessings on everyone on this meeting, that you would give them wisdom. You hold all wisdom. You help us to grow in a rapid way and find clarity and focus on the purpose that we each have, on continued blessing and abundance, and just continue to be generous and bless others. You're good all the time, and we thank you. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. God is good.
All the time.
All the time.
God is good. You have a wonderful, wonderful evening. We'll see you VIPs on whatever link you got in exactly 15 minutes.
Bye, guys.